Oh, excuse me. Hello and welcome to Death Wish Gamer. I'm your host DW and we're here to play some Pathfinder Kingmaker. In this particular run, ooh, pretty loud. Hold on, let me adjust that. So in this particular run, we're doing a fair difficulty. Let's say that. It's a challenge difficulty. Apart from the normal difficulty. Normal difficulty does give you a slight advantage over the opponents. Challenge difficulty makes it, fair on both sides. And kind of like there's no rigging of the dice, I guess you can say. No tipping of the scales. So, but we are playing it with a no death, or what we should say, it's an Iron Man run. So the save is the save. We will try an unfair difficulty, an unfair Iron Man run at one point, as I get more familiar with the rules, game sets, and mechanics of the game. So, but let's get to it. Right now, I'm still exploring how to get past the tutorial section. Oh man, that's definitely rest. So can you go into town? Nope. Alright, well, let's go. Pat demands attention. Someone's on the road. Get ready. Someone or something.
You cannot stand against me.
Alright, there's Wishbone.
Strike.
Oh, there's three. Oh boy. Alright, let's it's already raging. Not bad.
Let us press on.
Hey, Mr. Five, what's up? We have volume this time. Oh, damn, it's raining hard.
Godspeed.
Save yourselves, fools. Cool. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority of the Stolen Lands, we demand these week's tax and some beer. And where is that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? She should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money, and we'll be on our way. Jesus. I gotta stop streaming just after I eat, because I just, keep coughing up here. You want to drink some of my blood, too? I'm sick of you. You're like a locust. You think you can control everything around here just because you put up a painted rags of yours. You come here, squeeze us dry, and come and get... Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be guests from Rostov. There's no need for words. 2 arms. Retreat! We're too few for a fight. Let's call for help and help from the camp. No way. Just means we get to rob a few idiots instead of just one. 2 arms, everyone. Doesn't have much control over his people.
Does it matter?
Tear them apart!
Matters to me, buddy. Let's do a bless. Splat. I bit that guy. And it's
Speak
level
your
time.
desire.
The end draws near.
Let's cast a heal.
Assist me or lose me.
Oh, right. She can't be healed with that.
Together we stand.
I can't. That doesn't heal her because I have that feat that ignores my teammates. Damn.
Ask.
Can she cast this on herself?
God.
There we go. Alright, so our character is a cleric, I think. Yeah, we did the whole Crusader thing. Let's see here. We got 2 points, persuasion, and religion, you would think, right? That's about it. Next, we got the cleric. He put perception up. Alright, we'll keep his perception up then. Now for you, we'll just keep their classes the same. You have athletics. You have quite a bit of skill points, huh? We have a very religious group here. Oh, she has a new spell. Let's do protection from alignments. This is a deflection bonus. Cunning initiative. What's this? A second level Inquisitor adds her wisdom modifier on initiative checks in addition to her dexterity modifier. Now, for you, definitely keep her athletics up. Ability. Alright. I like lethal stance for her. Uncanny dodge. I already know what that is. Alright. Now let's organize our group here. Get the paw print here. Take that, you scoundrels! Oleg shakes his fist. But now, he scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away. Plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now what are we to do? He sighs heavily. If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. Oleg, he notices a fair-haired woman approach. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay inside. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry you arrived to our trading post. Turned out so unwelcoming. Let's see here. Let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they, and when will they arrive? Oleg waves his hand suddenly, or sullenly. Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang, that's who. These lands teem with bandits like bedbugs in the beggar's hut, and you just stirred them up. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they will return in full force in half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. Let's see here. Tell me as much as you know. How many bandits are there? What do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come, take what they want, and steal the better part of my money on every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gate so we couldn't try to hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 come. Sometimes it's a whole gang. I'd have shown them for that what? I'd have showed them what for long ago. What? That is worded so weird. I, I'd have shown them what for long ago, if not for Svetlana. Is that intentional? Is that like a misprint or something? I don't. They claimed they were collecting taxes. Why? For the Stag Lord and his cronies, of course. The Stag Lord fancies himself a king in these parts. He may have antlers for a crown, but all the troublemakers around here are happy to follow his orders as long as they get paid. So, they charge an arm and a leg as taxes, and they call their execution punishment for treason, even those who never swore allegiance to the Stag Lord. They'll killed fast if they're lucky. If not, Oleg looks at Svetlana. Why don't you go start supper while we finish the talk? I don't need to be protected from dark talk. I'm not some blind kitten, you know. I've seen what they do to people. Svetlana lowers her head. Most of the gang is made up of simple bandits, but there are a few monsters among the leadership, especially those close to the Stag Lord. Ox and Dovin from Nisroch come to mind. They like to make a show of their tortures and executions. My husband and I, we saw the bodies. Alright, I'll help you. I'm not really interested in your post, but I never back down from a good fight. Well, thanks, I guess. I might even be able to scrap some sort of reward together for you if you manage to defend the post. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now, we also need to decide a plan. Go ahead and look around. There may be some tools that can be used for the battle. There are some pretty solid traps around, some tar, and a box of alchemist fire, looks like. Alright, alchemist fire. We can put that on the gate, light it off with a burning arrow when those bandits are nearby. But that could set the post on fire, Oleg shouts, surprised. Well, maybe if we cover the walls with something to protect them. Alright, yes, I think it could work. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be pretty good with the crossbow back in my day. I'll go look around. Think of the best way to use the tar and traps. Alright. Soon as you finish, let us know. I don't leave the post. The bandits could return at any time. Alright, let's see here. Use the traps. I never actually looked up here before, huh? It's just laundry. Spill tar near the trading post entrance to help slow down the bandits. I'll take that. Take that. Whenever a cat meows in a game, I keep wondering, is it the game or is it my cat? It's always throwing me off. All right. Let's see here. So we got Wishbone. Let's go ahead and sort by... Sort by type. Alright, here we go. Got some chainmail. Not better for me. Bracers of armor. Not good for anybody here. Got some bows, short bows. I guess if I was to give my character a ranged weapon, it would have to be one of those. I could have a shield if I wanted to go defensive. Now for you, you have chainmail. Breastplate is lighter. Wait, what am I using? Banded mail, which is worse. So the breastplate would probably be lighter for him. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Next. You using chainmail. Don't have really anything to replace that with. You're using hide armor. I think you can use medium armor, right? It should just go to the front.
That is mine.
Okay, she doesn't want me to move
Have
it. Fine. Jesus. I'll give you a longbow. Wait, a composite longbow. Alright, switch that out. So, I think she can use chainmail. Let me double check. What's her... Amira is a barbarian from the realm of the Mammoth Lords. She's blunt, a little crude, and doesn't talk much about her past, but her heart's in the right place. I wouldn't have anyone else at my side in battle. Let's see here. Ominous Alliance. Jaethel is an elf from Kyonen. One who is not quite alive. The elves exiled her from their kingdom for her terrible deeds. Her search for a new home and a new patron has brought her to our leader's banner. She pays little heed to her companions, and when she does, she behaves as if she's ready to bite their heads off. She gives me the creeps. Let's hope our enemies are just as frightened. Now this is Lindsay talking, I'm sure. Servant of a dark god. Abandon hope and embrace the inevitable end. That's the kind of speech that Harem's companions must endure every single day. A priest of Grotus, Harem left his dwarven home to spread the word of the god of end times throughout the Stolen Lands. Although if you ask me, Harem's just a whiner, a one of a kind. Alright, let's see here. I was looking at... My cat has the zooms right now. Yeah, medium armor is what she can wear. So going back to inventory, chainmail's medium. We can probably give her something better. I think breastplate's the top of medium armor. Hold on, let me click something here. Oh, okay. Sorry, there was something new on the YouTube I just wanted to look at because it was notifying me of something. Okay, so anyways. I don't think there's anything else we can use. We can't use the braces of armor. A frail, disheveled old man wearing a stained and tattered robe gives you a gloomy look. I'm Bodkin, local herbalist. What brings you here? We can use your help fighting the bandits. Where is this coming from? You want an old man like me to fight? Here, take this potion. Consider that my help in your fight. A coward's excuse, how predictable. Tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. Balkan size. I live in the forest. Live off the land. Since leaving Restov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here in Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in out of kindness. Help me with things. They bring me water, or firewood when it's cold, and occasionally a barrel of honey. They're good people. Oh, he won't even help. I wonder why. Usually I get like an option to try to convince him, but this time it's like, nope, not even that. Alright, let's see here. What can you tell me about the man who ran away from the post and came back? That must have been Balkan. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. Alright, let me see your goods. Don't know what good trading will serve if those bloodsuckers come back and take everything. But alright, have a look. Alright, let's get rid of all the stuff we don't need. Actually, could torches work on... because it does fire damage. Could it work on the swarms? Should I keep this? Wanda missile could be useful. Oh wait, no. Keep the butter. Got supplies. Beads. Decorative scabbard. Food. Stuff to sell. Potatoes. Shiny scale. Ink. Alright, so we earned ourselves 831 gold. That's not a bad sum. Alright, now looking at armor. I think having good armor would be really good for the group. Let's see here. So I could give... Can I look at my stats? Let me see here. Characters... I do have a +1 dex. That was by design, by the way. Oh, it didn't go back. So I could benefit from the full plate, the max dex penalty. So... Oh, it's 1500. Damn it, I don't have enough. But it would be a huge jump. I think I have like a +7, so it's 2 points there. I could give her a shield. He's using a shield. It's a +2. You get a +3. We mostly got chainmail. Damn, lightning. It's raining bad today. Got the breastplate. This actually be better armor check penalty. If I want her to have good athletic skills, athletic skill checks, I might want to keep her armor check penalty kind of low. Give her a reach weapon, maybe. That might be better for her, honestly. You give her like light leather armor. Give her a reach weapon so that she's not in direct melee, contact. How much damage does this sword do? 3 to 17, 2d8. It does a lot of damage. It's kind of hard to switch over from that. It's a 2-foot reach. Is there feats that extend your reach? Might be better just to do that. Of course, you have all the masterwork equipment. I already have a masterwork light armor. I mean, light mace. So if I wanted to go defensive, I could. Am I aiming for a scythe character? Now for you, you got a flail. Is it worth getting masterwork weapons for everybody? Or trying to go for armor? Why does he have two different maces? Just sell that off. Yeah, if I was to try to build a high armor, we'll try to make Death Wish like a tank character, or Wishbone, not Death Wish. The shield will be a huge boost as well. It's pretty expensive, but we'll take it. Where did it go? Here, take that. There you go. AC, where's our AC now? AC is now 22. And when she casts Shield of Faith, we can bump that up to 24. So that's a pretty durable defense right there. If you can get her the full plate, her defense jumps up to as much as 26. $26 would be pretty good. That's starting to be somewhat tankable on unfair difficulty. If we're just going off the level 1 rogues in the tutorial area with a plus 11 to attack. To negate attacks of a plus 11, that means you need a 30 AC. And that will give them only a 5% chance to hit. So 26, that means they have a 25% chance to hit. It's not perfect, but it's getting close to that range. There's probably other ways we can boost. We can try natural armor, which is bark skin. In fact, do we have any bark skin? Yeah, so I've been looking into how to maximize my character's AC so we can survive the beginnings of unfair difficulty. So, armor stacking. You got your armor, you got your shield, you got your dexterity, dodge, feats. That can also boost your AC. Natural armor is separate from regular armor, so you can stack those together. Deflection, AC, like shield spells. Deflection, I don't think deflection stacks though, so you can only pick one deflection. With all those together, you should be able to tank most attacks. Now, I don't need these scrolls. What I do want though, let's get you some healing potions. What's this? Enlarge person. I think enlarge should go to her. I'll give everybody 2 potions. Expeditious retreat. Scroll divine favor. What does that do? Calling upon the strength and wisdom of your deity, you gain a +1 luck bonus. Oh yeah, luck also is another stackable AC bonus. There's so many stackable bonuses in 3rd edition or 1st edition Pathfinder. 3rd edition D&D. Calling upon the strength and wisdom, +1 luck bonus attacks and weapon damage rolls for every 3 caster levels. Can't she just cast that already, naturally? She doesn't really need a scroll to do that. I'll give her some of the alchemist fire. I'll do the same for you here. Might be better off just selling these off and purchasing something of value with that. What's this? Potion of remove blindness. Well, that could be useful, but not for any one particular person. Moderate healing. Who has the most hit points? Alright, you do. I think we're set up as best we can. Alright, sell that stuff off. Gives us just 36. The water magic missile can still be useful. Especially given to a high level mage. Then you can just like spam magic missiles for easy damage. Alright, so now how much we have? 261. Is that enough to even buy a... Most of the masterwork weapons are 400, so no. Can't do anything with that. I don't think there's anything else we can really do. So we'll just move on with our lives. Let's see here. Let's go back. Let's get back to the possible attack. I'm prepared for attack. Get in position and wait. Wait. Let me see if I can talk to this guy now that I spoke to him about him. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg, maybe more. Help us get rid of them for good. Balkan scratches his head, then hums to himself and puffs his chest out. Well, alright. I'll show those troublemakers. They'll learn better than to chase an old man around. Someone might even write up some verse about me. Maybe even heroic ones. So was there a persuasion? Yeah, there was a diplomacy check there. Nice. Alright, let's get down to business. Finally a fight. Was bored with all the talking. I see you're not easily cowed. I beg you, be careful, and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. He's going to be charged on the front lines. What do you mean? Svetlana, go and hide inside. We're going to go meet our guests.
Stand with me.
Does tar catch on fire? Yeah. Alright, let's cast Bless. Where's our potions? So can the tar catch on fire?
Learn how to use it first. Learn how to use it first.
It won't let me target with ground. Okay. Then let's cast Divine Favor. And I'll cast Shield of Faith. We got a really heavy spellcasting group.
We shall overcome. Unworthy.
Sweet Jesus, who's throwing fire? Whoa, what's going on? Sweet Jesus!
Survive. I always survive.
This body holds
I
no
always
more.
survive.
I think he's doing more damage to me than not. Let's see here. Oh, actually, healing potions don't affect her, right? Oh, she needs some more healing than that. Yeah, the heavy AC characters are not getting hit. What is this? Oh, I just headbutted that guy. We move really slow, though. Did I bit him to death? Wishbone attack bandit with a bite. Dealing 5 damage. I bit him to death. Oh my god. Gotta undo for the cloak. Let's take everything. How do I select all? Okay, what's with all this lightning? That's starting to worry me. We do have reduced movement. Oh, because we just grabbed everything. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserve. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. And our Bodkin even taught them a thing or two as well. Now, my lady, head on up to the guest rooms on the second floor. You deserve some rest after such a battle. I need to clean things up. And this is for your efforts. Now, don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If that were more common practice in this world, I think life would be much better. Alright, so he doesn't want to trade right now.
Without a doubt.
Got this cloak of resistance. Of course, this goes to Death Wish, right? Or Wishbone. Let's see here. So these potions aren't going to heal her. That's a oversight on my part there. I'm glad it's all over, even if there was a fight. We'll talk tomorrow once I've finished working. Don't mind me taking everything. Travel speed reduced by 83%? Or is it at 83% of regular speed? Due to inventory. Alright.
Godspeed.
It's locked. Yeti! You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it you saw a wall of unnatural thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. The defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
May I see your flowers? Let's see here. What do you want from me?
Aid, salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon, even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
The Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
Be gone, spirit, I had enough with you. How can I help?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo. Catch the whispers. Search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
Alright, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger, but our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
Alright, the nymph's whisper fades as she disappears. Alright, so if I do want to get her a good armor check penalty, we'll start with that. Good day. I hope you're feeling all right after the battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I will have a request. What did you want to ask me? Svetlana lowers her head. This is a very personal request, and maybe not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no, but the first time the Stag Lord's thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring. Just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket, really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Ola came to me, that ring in hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something, or that I'd say something stupid and everyone would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandits' possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits, there is a dark-haired woman who wields dull axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel. But please, I beg you, show her mercy if you have the chance. Interesting. Hey, Eric, what's up? Thanks for the good tidings. You have a good one too, man. I can't promise you anything, but if I do come across your ring, I'll return it to you. I understand. I appreciate any effort you put into it. Tell me about yourself. How did you and your husband find the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? It was Oleg's idea, though I supported him in it. We didn't realize how dangerous it was here, of course. In Restov, everyone respects the Sword Lords, and everyone accustomed to relying on them. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi could be enough to fend off a street thug or some other trouble. It could maybe even work in some places here, but not with the Stag Lords, man. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the Stolen Lands into his personal kingdom, a kingdom of fear and oppression. It's trying to so Wishbone is a lawful evil character, so we're gonna go with the lawful evil answer. Fear always follows power. It would be naive to think the Stag Lord is so much different from any other ruler. You may be right, but life without hope is just too bitter. Okay, what was written in the journal? Oh, was it the ring thing? I just had a hiccup with OBS. Back on course now. It's still raining? Jesus Christ. Greetings. Oleg seems to be in a good mood and greets you warmly. You certainly ruffle those villains' feathers. Well, anyways, new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Rostov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hanging in the air. I can't see anything through the soup. Not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumor says he deals with all kinds of bad magic. Alright, show me your wares, Olog. Nothing too good for such a good person. Let's see. Hold on, I might look at those composite longbows. Actually, no. I don't think anybody else uses a longbow except for... What's her name? Amari? It's nice that they tell you where you found these things. Ray and Enfeeblement. Potion of Vanish. I think that's all I want to sell. So we got another 500-ish. Not enough to buy any new armor, though. He only had the one shield, huh? Alright, tell me about yourself. Why open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I just dislike the noise, Oleg answers reluctantly. I'm from Rostov. Cities are complicated. Lots of people, and each with their place on the shelf. Bow before this one, fear this other. Don't do business with the third, but be sure to be extra nice with the fourth. And villages are a little better. Everyone likes to stick their noses into each other's business. I just wanted a place where I could be my own master, and so I ended up here. I need to take care of the Stag Lord. Do you know anything that could help me find him? That's quite a task you set yourself on. Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are even invited. The location of the fortress is heavily guarded secret, and with this fog hanging around, I imagine it would be even harder to find. I suppose you could try following the trail of those bandits who attacked the post before. They came from the southwest from the side of the Thorn River. Fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where you find information. Where you can find some information. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know. But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Rostov, tried to warn them, and the Stag Lord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him were horrible. He's killed a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close reports the same thing. Ugly scars cover every inch of his body, not covered by clothes. Alright. Bakken puts his hands on his hips. Ha! Old Bakken still knows a few tricks to impress those blood-sucking dummies. Enough hiding in the damn bushes, I say. Can I help you in any way? Bakken glances at you, suddenly interested. Well, since you ask, there's a cave nearby. Used to pick berries in there, but the place has been overrun by spiders. The berries are red, look a lot like raspberries. Fangberries, I call them. I'd be real grateful if you gathered a basket of them and brought them back. Just be quick if you do. They spoil quickly. Those spiders in the cave are mean. Here, let me give you some alchemical fire. Crafted it myself. Burn those spiders to a crisp. I'll teach them for taking over my Fangberry cave. I also need a bucket of moon radishes. They're a rare, mysterious plant. I don't know where to find them, but I know the kobolds gather them and value them highly. It's not a huge deal, really. I'd do it myself if I were younger, but if you're willing, I'll pay you. 3 potions for the berries, and a purse full of coins for the radishes. Why you need fangberries and moon radishes, Bakken? You want to know, eh? Well, I'll gladly tell you after you bring me some. I bet it's for liquor. He's a moonshiner. Alright, I'll help. Bakken glances at you hopefully. Just watch out, alright? Don't end up someone's lunch. Oh, remind me what you do here? What's there to tell? I'm a herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries, balkan size. Actually, I've read this before. I don't need to read it again. Show me what you have. Well, we could look at it. Alright, so he does have... Ooh, barkskin's kind of expensive. So, buying these just for the sake of having barkskin. How long does it last? 10 minutes? You might get a lot done in that time. $10 per what? Per level? So what's the level? Level 2. So this thing will last for 20 minutes in-game. What about the large person? How does that work? 1 minute per level. It's a level 1. So pretty much for the fight. Potion of inflict light wounds. Potion of lesser restoration. Potion to remove curse, remove blindness. Damn, that potion's worth the... Oh, that's potion of vanish. Damn. Potion of blur. Subject outline appears blurred, shifting and wavering. This distortion grants the subject concealment 20% chance. You can also try stacking spells like this with your AC. That might prevent a critical hit. Wand of Mage Armor. Wand of Snowball. Yeah, some cooking ingredients. Alright. Alright, now saving up money for the armor is probably the most important part. Alright. So he sat down by Thorn River. Someone's on the road. A dirty old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continuously clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks at you, his eyes widen. He tugs at his beard. Strange weather, invisible fog creeping out of the woods, soars beyond the sky, obscures the sun and moon. Strange. The old man shakes his head, his eyes shifting about seemingly at random. How's there an invisible fog? Like, how does that work? You won't be able to see the fog, so it's not fog in your vision. I don't like this old man. Looks like the kind who can cast the evil eye. Move along, old man. We give no alms. The fog looks visible to me. I see more than ever. I've never seen so much before. The old man wipes his hand across his face and sighs wearily. But someone must look, and no one else can. Oh, actually, number 4 is what my... Invisible fog, does that mean you can find your way through it? The fog is wrong. It hinders your legs, not your sight. I wish not to try. I don't have time to listen to an old fool's nonsense. Be gone. Bold dog barks loud, while cunning one's ready to bite. Cunning, short, but stubborn. He is now in an ancient tomb that lies south of the trading post, searching for the great power that once gave joy, and now brings only death. You don't want my nonsense? Then you'll hear sobs and screams. Once stolen, the land should be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound with the claimer shall it be. Bound, merged, joined by unbreaking ties, claiming the land, claiming its pain, claiming its death. You know what? If I was born in the medieval ages, and I just like wander down these long roads between towns and say cryptic shit to people. Just walk off the other way. I was like, hey, have you heard from the prophet down on the street between Austin and San Antonio? Creepy guy, though. He just does it for pranks. You know, like shits and giggles. It's a hobby of his. Oh, he actually shows... Okay. Blackberry meadow. Thorny bushes full of juicy berries still grow on site of an old orchid.
Let us press on.
A gnome in gaudy purple garb seizes your attention. Of course, the scoundrel Tartuccio, who you know from your time in Restov. The vile gnome is standing on a small hill, expressing his discontentment in every way he can muster.
Let me guess, you're still dawdling. Should I make some tea in the meantime? Bake a pie, perhaps? Plant a small garden and harvest some cherries? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable wearing fool's caps and colored trousers. Then at least I'd be able to sell tickets. Come one, come all! Feast your eyes upon the slowest and the most ridiculous buffoons in Golorian!
Sir Tartuccio, I may serve you, but I am no one's slave. We do what we can, but it is no simple feat to find an unknown object in a masked dungeon.
Digging through a dusty dungeon, searching for I don't know what, and all this frowning. Scold, scold, scold. This is not how I imagined adventures with the future Baron. What am I ever going to write my book about? How we labored to open a chest filled with dust?
Hold on, let me let this cat out. Come on, buddy. Okay, I hear you. Okay. As he launches himself out my door.
Quickly now, if we don't find that artifact soon, someone else might seize it. Someone who's standing over there watching you right now, you fools!
Tartuccio turns his angry gaze upon you. He nods to his guards to draw their weapons. Alright, let's see here. Lindsay, don't you think it's the perfect time to throw away the silly draft and start a real book? You already have a great protagonist, me.
Yes! I shall overturn a new leaf, and on that leaf I shall pen a wonderful, thrilling story of the victory of the future Baroness and the bitter defeat of her malevolent, flatulent rival.
Flatulent? Bleh.
I
Alright.
see my magnificent rival will stop at nothing, even at stealing the servants of her enemy. Let us see if your fools are even more useless than mine. Draw your swords and cover my retreat.
Dust you will go.
Let's get that bless going. I should hold off. I should save it for a bigger fight. Judgment. No, Lindsay! Ah! This fucker.
Survive. I always survive.
-6, -8. I almost died there. Damn! You can feel that one. Alright, now that we have someone new, let's do like a little paw print formation. Alright, level her up her bard. Bard. Okay, so she gets... What's her skill overall? Like, she doesn't have perception, unfortunately. So, Canny Observer is kind of a waste on her. Skill focused? Would that be a good choice for her? Trickery. Focus on trickery, maybe? I see, we got combat trick, which really isn't her thing. Iron Guts, +4 saves against all spells and effects that cause the character to be nauseated or sicken. Or weapon focus. I think skill focus might be the better choice here. She doesn't even have stealth, so fast stealth is kind of a waste. We could use someone that's knowledgeable about stuff, any of the stuff. She really has a pretty good trickery skill. Maybe we'll give her Arcana. I think Arcana would be pretty useful. Skill... Knowledge Arcana. Alright, she got another spell. What's Unbreakable Heart? +4 morale bonus on save throws against mind effects. Got Vanish, Cure Light Wounds. She already has that. Can she swap these out? Touch of Gracelessness. Penalty. Target takes a penalty to Dex equal to 1d6 plus 1 per caster level. Maximum of 1d6 plus 5. That could hit pretty hard. What? Don't you die if your Dex goes to 0? A successful Fortitude save halves the penalty. So it doesn't even stop it outright. You still lose half of it. Which is a minus to armor class. So if you want them to be easier to hit, you can just throw this on them. Which ranges from 6 to 11 at max level. Every 2 caster levels. So right now she does 2 to 7 dex damage. One to 3 dex damage if they save. That could still be pretty potent against a boss. Feather Step, Expeditious Retreat, Cause Fear, Flare Burst, Grease. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast and every round after that must make a reflex save or fall prone. That's always a nifty crowd control if it works, you know. You know what you should do? You should cast Touch of Gracelessness, get their dex lower, then cast Grease and make them like just constantly slip and slide all over the grease floor for a minute. That's a mean combo. Can I switch this out? I don't need her screaming all the time. She can grease things up. Damn, I can't really pick both. Okay. So you can't swap things out. Fine. Got Well Versed. At second level, the bard becomes resistant to the bardic performance of others and to sonic effects in general. The bard gains a +4 bonus on save throws against bardic performance, sonic, and language-dependent effects. Yeah, we lost quite a bit of hit points. Let's go ahead and rest. Actually, I know that if you want to follow Toctosio, would resting make me lose the chance to catch up to them?
Just letting the ink dry.
Let her heal people.
Access. Yes. Yes. Access. Yes.
Let us not hesitate.
Cause fear. Hold on. Oh, I actually have an extra spell slot. Cause fear is just my domain slot. What's Haze of Dreams? You fill an enemy's head with waking dreams, a reminder of the pleasures, delights, terrors to be found in the dream world. While in this strange dream state, the target moves at half its normal speed. Multiple Haze of Dreams effects do not stack, nor does this spell effect stack with slow. Now this is a deflection bonus, right? Yeah, so this won't stack with protection from alignment. I could give her Divine Favor. What's Doom? This spell fills a single target with the feeling of horrible dread that causes it to become shaken, not sickened. We have sickness. I'm always what's it called? Reluctant of picking spells that have save throws, because you can spend a spell for a chance for the enemy to get affected, or you can cast a spell on yourself which guarantees an effect on your character. So I'm always more interested in buffs than I am debuffs because of that, you know, just because of that. You're guaranteed to get the effect, but you're not guaranteed to afflict anything. That's why I was willing to take the Touch of Gracelessness, because that at least always works, even if they do save, just to a lesser extent. So I'm fine with that. What's my spells per day? Let's see, class. I still only... Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, Crusaders have less spells per day than other clerics. I didn't realize that. I get a spell delay of 1 level, essentially. That's interesting to know. I thought it was a full-blown cleric, just with martial skills and 1 less domain. But I give up more than that. I give up an extra spell slot, essentially. What's a normal cleric? Yeah, I pretty much have one less spell per spell slot as a Crusader. Alright.
I will see this through.
Well, we're not ready to rest just yet. That should be enough to keep us going. But if we rest, we might lose a chance to catch Tartuccio, so I'm not doing that. Scorched fragment of a necklace. This item bears a trace of lost power. It seems you found a shard of a destroyed artifact. If you find all the fragments, an artisan with enough skill could restore it for you. Acquire this item while exploring the ancient tomb.
I will guide us.
The image carved in the stone has almost completely worn away over the ages. One can still distinguish a sickle, a sword, and a skull with a single eye socket covered with a coin. Ooh, he had a +1 sword. It seems from afar to be but cracks in the stone, but turns out to be a faded image of the sun. Grinning jackal skulls has recently been scratched on top of the image. Knolls. So we got a +1 sword. She can use it. Does she have like any special focus? On using that armor efficiency, simple toughness. But she's not proficient in martial weapons. She can only use... Wait, what? Oh, no, she has medium armor. Okay. Alright. The only person that can use it is Amari. Let's see here. In case I do want her to go defensive, give her a shield. But she's not proficient with it, right? She still has a +5 attack. So why does... She's level 2, so she gets +1 from class, +3 from strength, +1 from the weapon, and as a masterwork scythe. So yeah, she is proficient with the longsword. Oh, is it because she's an elf? Elves get proficiency with longswords, don't they? Let's see here. Where's her elf trait? Oh, Elven. Yeah, Elven weapon familiarity. Long swords, rapiers, long bows, short bows. Yeah, okay, so that explains that. Alright, we almost have a high armor class group. Oh my god, Lindsay has more AC than Amari. That's kind of crazy. Way more. She barely has any dex. So we got scale mail. That's not good for anybody. I should probably just carry the stuff that's worth the most.
I was successful in my search.
What's that?
Wait. Why is she... Oh, it's just a interact. Ancient Cyclops coin. Memento of times long past, a well-grounded antiquities collector might pay handsomely for it.
How curious.
Anything else?
Silver barrel. Ancient flower. Artificial flower. Wait. Yeah, artificial flower. A bas relief of a sun, long eroded. The vague outlines of 4 strange creatures have been carved over it. Alright, here we go.
Speed.
Let's see, is it... 30 pounds isn't worth 12 gold, honestly. Just leave it behind. How swift the first breath of fresh air after a stale, damp stuffiness of the tomb. Before us stretched an unending heath, replete with hills and gullies, patches of low shrubs. Already the trail of Tortusio and his companions had gone cold. But we will not give up so easily. Whether the trail went cold or not, it was one we had to follow. successful nature lore. No blade of grass was bent. It must have had enough time to straighten back up, since whoever last passed through, but the heath's dry earth preserved the prints of little shoes. Our eyes to the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and walked until finally we came to a huge gully, the dried up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down, and the soil turned up, and claw prints, lots of them. We stumbled upon a fresh battlefield, and here the trail splits. One set of footprints walked away from the battle, and down into the gully. The brave footprints that faced down their enemies followed the path along its edge. Try to imagine who or what left those claws. And here the trail split. Unfortunately, we could not determine who attacked Tartuccio and his companions. However, we could discern that there was plenty of attackers, and they were rather small. Careful study the trail that led down. Let's try. We try to use find any traces of magic in the surroundings. We discovered traces of a spell, apparently from the Illusion School of Magic, near where the lonely trail descends into the gully. Carefully study the trail that led down into the gully. To our surprise, we discovered that the little shoe prints turned into little claw footprints on their way to the gully. It was as if someone from Tartuccio's band was wearing shoes and then either took them off or grew claws, then jumped into the gully to avoid the battle. Examine the path that snaked along the gully. The path was frequently used. In its dust we saw both sets of footprints together. It was clear that those who had no claws left the battle, surrounded by those that did. Okay, so they got captured, essentially. Does that mean Valerie got captured? Maybe we could say Valerie and forget Tartuccio for now. The path, let's see here. We stood a while and thought, then followed the single set of footprints down into the gully. No, let's follow the group. Let's see if we can save Valerie. At first, the path went right along the steep edge, but soon it turned, circled around a thick and prickly bush. No sooner had we turned than we ran into a band of kobolds who were approaching from the opposite direction. If there were any more footprints on the path, the kobolds surely trampled them, but we had no time to concern ourselves with that.
What for Gorham?
Wait, Gorham? Is that the same god this guy follows? No, Grotus. Okay, never mind. Alright, let's cast a bless.
Hey!
Damn, he survived a hit from a Mario.
Never had a chance.
Oh!
Oh, right.
Ah!
I always survive.
Bat him!
Test me or lose me.
I always survive.
Okay, he's down. Damn, she was at -9. He barely survived that one. Let's see here. Not worth carrying. Not worth carrying. Alright, let's go ahead and rest. We definitely need it. So how do you... alter this. Manage. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Can you move these people off? Alright, so she has a +6. Well, obviously she's good at hunting. He's good at watch. 8. Well, she has 11. Hold on. 6. They both have 6s. She's really good at cooking. So she goes at cooking. 11. She's definitely our watchman. No one's really good at camouflage. What's special roles? Blend into the night. Undead guardians. Sharpen weapons. Inspire competence.
When you die, I will miss you, Lindsay. Maybe I should make an undead of you.
Jathal, did Harem bite you or something? I'm not going to die, and I don't feel the slightest desire to become undead.
No, the food. My precious food. Oh, Jesus Christ. We have a bear?
Repent.
It's a bear. How's it repenting? Damn, we just killed a bear. Damn. All right. Well, there's that. Damn. Okay, so we couldn't find the kobolds. This fort is the heart of the woods. Is one of the best places to come to cross the Thorn River. Most traders and travelers choose the Thorn Ford for passage, attracting bandits to a place as well. What's this? Old Sycamore, a noble patriarch of the tree world. The old sycamore can be seen from miles around. No other sycamore in the area has grown as high, and the reason this one in particular reached its enormous size remains a mystery to the locals. See, I don't get... So I still don't know where the druid is supposed to be. Well, not the druid, the nymph. Maybe that's what this is about? It would show the event thing, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Bogar hunting grounds? The surrounding swamp has long been known by the locals as hunting grounds for a particular vicious tribe of bogards. Newcomers often learn the hard way how dangerous the area can be. Yeah, we're not going there. Oh! Someone's on the road. A group of well-armed fighters approaches. One of them raises their voice, pointing at you. Hey, you! Stop right there! Kalano, look at this one. Will she do? The group's leader lays her cold and watchful eyes upon you. This one, I suppose, but I don't like her snout. She studies your companions carefully, but nonchalantly, as if examining goods at the market. Listen, you tramps. We're from the Technic League. Our slave died, and we need a replacement. One of you will be coming with us. The rest of you are free to go. I advise against resistance. It would be a quick trick to kill every one of you. Now choose the one that you will give. Can I give you the dwarf? What is this Technic League? One very serious organization from Numeria. People with whom you better not start a fight, and who you better not bother with foolish questions. You sure can talk. Let's see how you fight. Big mistake.
Will prevail.
Oh, I cast Spirit on her? Ah! I haven't even injured them yet. Oh, I did injure one. It's not looking good.
Miserable.
Well, that sucks. Okay, that didn't go well. What the fuck? Ah, sweet Jesus. Well, don't go into the woods, apparently. You'll just die. I wish I can look at the log and see how much attack value they had, because then it's like, Jesus. Is that a fight you're supposed to be able to win? Because it felt like they're casting, well, I mean, whatever. I swear that it looked like a gun he was holding for a second. I don't know what to do this time. It's like, Jesus Christ. Turn the tutorial off. You know, there's one thing I never liked. That they do not give you this portrait unless you got like some sort of membership thing. I forgot what it was, but you can't get this specific portrait, which they kind of like had in their advertisement, and you can't even select it. They purposely removed it so you cannot pick it. Like, why? Alright, so how should we modify this? That didn't go too well. We could try talking to that Pathfinder Pathfinder League. I forget what it's called. Pathfinder Association. It sounds like you can hire people. So we'll hire a caster because we need someone to cast. But we're also not high enough level to do anything. Those guys are obviously higher level than us because they're casting... Well, Fear's not a high level spell. It's a level 1 spell. But they got a Barbarian with that, which you think... Don't they get like a bonus to save versus effects, mental effects when they're raging? I don't know. Let's just... obviously we're going to do... White horns, black hair... Alright, what should we do differently? If we went fighter, if you wanted to maximize your armor, how would you go about doing that? So you can get a higher dex modifier from armor using the fighter's armor training. Is that the only class that gets armor training? So you can remove how much? Well, it's not removing, it's increasing it, right? So it's a +4 increase of maximum dexterity bonus. So you could potentially wear full plate. Full plate has a dex modifier of +1 to armor class. So it starts at armor class 9. With a +1 dex gets you armor class of +10 from full plate. You can increase that to as much as +4. So it's as much as a +5 to dex, allowing for a 14 from armor. Let's see, can we do the math here? Hold on. So, yeah, let me go ahead and show the... Okay, so that's something else. This is the items from Wizardry 6. I was making a list that we have available to us, yada yada, so don't worry about that. So if we were to look at armor class, right? So you got different types of bonuses. You got the armor bonus, you got your shield bonus, you got dodge, which is also dexterity, deflection, possibly morale. I don't know if I've seen a morale bonus to armor class, but I know that is a type of bonus. We've seen luck. That's a very rare one, if anything. There's also natural armor. I think natural, shield, well actually armor, shield, dexterity / dodge, natural armor are probably the most, natural and deflection. Those are the 5 that are the most likely or easiest to acquire. I don't say easiest, but more abundant than morale and luck. So let's see here. If we went with a fighter, assuming that you did the whole armor training, which is level 19. You have to go as much as level 19. Or what's this say? Oh no, that gives you damage reduction 5 when you're wearing armor or using a shield. So it actually stops growing at level 15. So if we go level 15 fighter 15, your max, this gives a +4 max dex with armor. And if we're using full plate with a 9 AC and +1 max dex, you could get that to actually +6. Wow. So collectively, no, +5. What the hell am I doing? I cannot add. So that equals, if you max out your dex, which is you need a 20 dex to get that. You can get 14 AC from full plate. So 14 AC there. With a shield, you know, a large shield gives +2. If it was magical, +3, and so forth. We're not going to jump into the plus with magical items. Just assume that they're going to get magical over time. Dodge, actually, I kind of included that into the armor. So it's actually 9 +2 +5. Deflection. If we had the Shield of Faith, which was the +2 deflection. Let's see here. Where was it? Class. Let's do class. I'm just gonna pick whatever. It's not important. I just want to get to the spells. Wait, just skip spells? Okay, there we go. It doesn't even have... What did I pick? Can I see... Is it because I have no wisdom? Maybe that's why. There. You gotta be kidding me. Let me see the level 1 spells. Yeah, that doesn't help at all. I don't know why it won't let me see them. That's kind of annoying. Okay, so I don't have access to it. Let's see here. I'm just gonna have to look it up. Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Cleric spells. So okay, if we're looking at stupid things. Okay, so if we look at it was Shield of Faith. Let's see here. It's a +2 deflection bonus to AC with an additional +1 bonus for every 6 levels you have for a maximum of +5 at level 18. So you can get you can get +2, then +1 for every 6 levels. Now keep in mind that we already put 5 levels into fighter, so there's the most we can ever do is go to level 5 cleric, so we can only get a +1 deflection. Now this is where the trade-off comes into play, because if we cannot obtain the 20 dexterity, then we do not benefit from the +4 to max dex that the armor training gives. So if we went with 18 dex instead, if your dex is that high, you're probably going to play a dex warrior anyways. So you probably would keep pumping it up regardless. But if you didn't want to if you didn't want to get every point into fighter because you don't want to put all your points into dexterity. How high would you want to get it before you say, okay, that's enough. I don't want any more points into dexterity. +3? So what's the trade-offs here? So we said fighter. Let's go back to the class. So it's at level 3, 7, 11, and 15. Every 4 after that. So 3, 7, 11, and 14. Actually, yeah, you can actually go 14, level 14 fighter. I did the math wrong on that. It's 15. Never mind. This will give you a +1, +2, +3, +4, right? From Dex. If you want the cleric to get the deflection spell, at level 1, you get +2 deflection. It says every 6 level afterwards, right? So at 7, 13, and 18, +3, +4, and +5. So even if you wanted to get the one from Dex or from level 3 fighter, you cannot get 18 cleric. When do you stop getting spells? Hold on. Let's go to cleric. So clerics get level 9 spells at 18. If you went to level 17, you still get the level 9 spells. You just get one of them. So you can still get your max level of spells at level 17 and get 3 levels into fighter. It's pretty far down the line. I don't know if it's going to be worth it. If you want to cast level 9 spells, I think you should have like a dedicated cleric for that purpose. Okay, so if you look at it that way, obviously we do, well, depends on what you want to prioritize. So this is impossible. Getting the +5 and stacking it with the fighter would not really work. The most we can get is level 13 cleric for the +4, which then leaves us level 7 fighter, giving us an extra +2, which means that you can get a +3 from Dex and +4 for a deflection. We lose 2 from the dodge Dex category to gain 2 from deflection. So it's a zero-sum gain, a zero-sum gain on that part. In fact, you really can't, there is no gain. See, right now you get 7, combine of 7. What combination can we do? This is 6. So yeah, going all the way to 15. Only, actually no, that's 7 as well. Because we're forgetting that you get a plus. Full plate has 1 already, so this is actually +5 when you do it. Here, let me do it this way. What the full plate would look like with its already starting Dex. So a 15 fighter with level 5 cleric still gets 7. Now level 11 fighter, 9 levels in cleric, still gets 7. Everything adds to 7. So it doesn't matter how you build your fighter cleric, you're still going to get the same result about the fighter, the deflection modifier. So the question is, do you want more spells or do you want more BAB? Clerics have an okay BAB, base attack bonus. It just depends how high level spells you want to cast. So next we'll be going into natural armor. And I think the best thing to do for that, if you want to get natural armor as a cleric, I want to say that perhaps can I deselect? Let's see here. Lady Luck, Mother Moon, the Greater Dreamer, Animal Plant. Let's look at this real quick. Positive energy. If we got the plant domain, bark skin. There you go. So that if you got the plant domain, you get bark skin. Let's look at bark skin real quick. Where is that website? Here we go. So, bark skin, bard skin, bark skin. You skin bards for their bard skin. Bark skin. So, bark skin toughens a creature's skin. The effect grants a +2 enhancement bonus to the creature's existing natural armor bonus. This enhancement bonus increases by +1 every 3 caster levels above 3rd to a maximum of +5 at 12th. Okay, so if we go back to this, our little ticket here, this is Armor of Faith or Shield of Faith. And you can have bark skin with that same cleric. And it gives a +2 at level 3. So let's see here. Let's add level 3. And then every 3 levels, it gains a bonus. So at 6, let's do it this way. This goes to +3. Just try to get the numbers parallel. And then it will go up again at 9. +4. Just get a measuring stick here. And then at 12, it becomes +5. Okay, so this is where having more levels in cleric will actually benefit us than having more levels in fighter. So, if we went... Well, let's not worry about level 3 fighter because the bonuses stop... Well, actually, we said that the last one for this one was 18, right? I don't need this explanation. So at level 18, this becomes +5. But we obviously lose out if we try to go 18 cleric and level 2 fighter. We lose... Well, still +1. It doesn't matter. Either way, like if it's just level 1 fighter, you still got the 1 dex modifier from full plate, so it's still a +1 regardless. If you went 18 cleric, level 2 fighter, we have a +5, +6, and +5. So that's a +11. If we wanted level 13 cleric, level 7 fighter, because that's still level 20. We're assuming that you can get to level 20. That's my presumption. I think you can in this game. From what I saw, I think the cap is 20 at the very least. So you'll get 5 from the bark skin, 4 from the shield of faith. So that's 9, plus the 3 from your armor dodge. So that's 12. That's already 2 points better than level 18 cleric. Now, if we went 11 fighter and 9 cleric, +4, +3, that's 7, plus 11. So right here, this is where things take the turn. At 11 fighter and 9 cleric, you actually go back to 11 AC. So your peak armor class is at level 13 cleric. Level 13 cleric with the plant domain. Cleric 13 fighter fighter 7. Okay, so with all that in mind, so a level, we said level 7 fighter, which means this gives a +3 from Dex, and then you get +4 from your deflection, and for armor class or for natural armor you get +5. And this is before we include luck or morale bonuses. Your base AC is 10, 19 with the armor, 21 with the shield, 14 from your dodge, 28 from deflection, 32 with natural armor. Okay. And that does not include other things like feats, stances. That's another thing. You got feats and stances as well that can also augment this even further. Okay, so but we're not going to see natural armor to level 3 because it's a level 2 spell. And I think armor gets as high as +5 magical. So if we did include magical armor, this goes up +5, this goes up +5. So it's pretty much a +10. So you're talking about a 42 armor class right there. And feats, like there's a shield focus feat, shield focus, armor focus. All those two give a +1 each, so you can get another 2 for 44 AC. Stances, I don't know. I have to look into those a little bit more. But stances are also kind of like feats as well. All right, give me 1 second. I need to use this restroom. I'll be right back. Of course. Now there's only one. Now this is. How long does these spells last, by the way? 10 minutes per level. So you can cast Bark Skin ahead of time, before a battle, so that you don't have to cast it in battle. Shield of Faith, it doesn't last particularly, it's 1 minute per level. If we're level 13, that's 13 minutes. But the bark skin will last for 130 minutes. That's pretty good. So you don't have to recast it too much. Shield of Faith is something you're going to have to cast in battle. More than likely. Now, there's also other methods to get more AC. There's the Monk Wisdom modifier, where you can add Wisdom modifier, but you lose the bonus from armor. So unless you can make up 9 armor from Monk with Wisdom bonus, I just don't see that being a practical trade-off. If you're trying to go for the max, there's also fighting defensively. I forgot about that. Which I guess that goes into the stances, fighting defensively, which I think is a +2. Let's see here. Where does that put us? So if we include these, you're talking about 44, 46 AC. I don't know if we need to go that extreme at that point, but it's something to consider. Now, I don't know if I can find luck or morale bonuses for armor. That's the only thing. So yeah. And of course, we can also use a tower shield. I don't know if I want to use a tower shield. It has a lot of penalties. It makes your movement slower. You're already going to be really slow already. But should we do this? Should we go level 1 cleric all the way to level 13 and then go next 3 levels into fighter? Or level 1 cleric, level 1 fighter, gradually go up depending on which one's closest. But cleric is always going to be the biggest gap is 9 to 12. So you might as well just go level 1 cleric all the way to 13 from the start. Of course, fighter also has other perks, like they have tons of feats. So combat feats, this will allow you to get, these types of feats. So there's like, if you want an extra +1, it might be better at level 3. As you can have like +4. Become level 1 fighter. And then you can just pick up shield focus, and boom, you have already +1 to your AC. Go to level 2, then you can get armor focus. Boom, that's another +1. Then hit level 3, boom, you get another +1 from your dex. So you could. So it wouldn't be necessarily rushing all the way from level 1 to 13. There's a benefit to dip into fighter early, at least to get the first 3 levels. Because at level 1 you get a feat, level 2 you get a feat, and then level 3 you get a plus to max dex with your armor. So based on this, we want a 16 dex character. Oh man, okay. Well, that was a lot. But it was worth it. Now the question is how we're going to build this character. All right. Do we still want to be a tiefling? Is there any other race that's wisdom and dexterity? Let's see here. Elf. Does it even say? Oh, it's intelligence and dexterity. Dwarf is con and wisdom. Gnome is con and charisma. Halfling is dex and charisma. Half elf, you get to pick 2 abilities. So half elf is not a bad choice for us. We can just say, oh yeah, I want dex and I want wisdom. Wait, do I really need it to be dex or wisdom? Because the spells don't depend on me having a high wisdom score. You do have to have a moderately good wisdom to cast cleric spells. Let's see here. What are we casting at level 13? So if we went level 13 cleric, we're casting level 7 spells at best. Okay, so half elf is very doable. Half orc. They also 2 ability scores. That's interesting. Doesn't go to strength or con or anything like that. Asimar. I don't see it here. So I have to look at the heritage. So, where's my heritage part? Okay, so we got Asimar is wisdom, charisma. Angel skin, strength and charisma. Ember bark or ember skin, intelligence, charisma. Constitution, charisma. Constitution, wisdom. Dexterity, charisma. And dex, wisdom. So we could be a Plumekith. Their shimmering avian features make Plumekith instantly recognizable. Though they can act rashly, Plumekith never shirk their duty after making a commitment. So we can get that. This makes... Hold on. Where's my points? Okay, so this is the base. So if we want that 16 dex, it'll be really easy with that character. And then we can do whatever we want with the rest. Maybe make a character a bit hardy, give them more strength. We can also do, well, there's no strength dex character, is there? Or heritage. If you wanted to hit hard, you obviously want strength. Because you're going to need strength anyways. Simply to wear heavy armor, you're going to need high strength. So, or at least decent strength. You want an odd number because you get +5 from stat boosts. Got 2 skill points. Now, what if we didn't go... We can go strength dex if we went half elf or half orc. And then we'll have a better damage, better hit rating, better carry capacity. Let's see. Do you need? Let's see here. All right. Let's see. Pathfinder, Kingmaker. Do you need high wisdom for cleric spells? There you go. Yes, you need a high wisdom score to cast your highest level spells and to get bonus spell slots. The minimum wisdom required is 10 plus spell level. If your base wisdom is too low, you will be entirely locked out of certain class tiers of spells. So, okay, that's important to know. Just because I wanted to double check, didn't want to screw myself on that front. So, as we said, if we go to level 13, we're casting level 7 spells. We need a 17 wisdom, no matter what. So we need to have at least that. The rest of the points, so we can start pumping points into strength, get it to 20. Everything can stay the same. We're somewhat hardy. Now, the reason why I'm doing all this is so I'm trying to make a character that could survive or get through the tutorial on unfair difficulty. Obviously, it's still going to be a random number generator fest because you're not going to overcome a plus 11 attack at level 1 with what they give you in the game. But this is a good start, at least for the long run. Okay, so I think everything is where we want it to be. It's unfortunate that class skills, okay. You just don't get that +3 bump or +4 bump from the first point. Unfortunately, my character's just... Oh, right. Mobility does play a role at rank 3 when fighting defensively. So we do want to get that to level 3, maybe? Here, let's still get persuade. It's good to be able to convince people anyways. Okay, so... Is there any special abilities you get? Now, here's another thing, though, to keep in mind. Tieflings, when you select their heritage, I think Pitborn is a good one. It doesn't show it here. Is it Pitborn or Motherless? But they get a special ability. It's crazy. You know what's crazy is that there's so many more different types of demons and devils for the Tiefling's heritage, but not so much for the Aasimar. Anyways. Alright, so Wishbone. So I have to be... We'll just do neutral good. If you wanted to do the cleric we picked already.
Hold on. Just a little more. Let's move already. What a find.
Away, you rascal!
Rascal?
Hesitation is a waste of time.
Cover me!
Let's see if it shows it here. Enlarge. Okay, here it is. This is the ability I was talking about. As a tiefling, you get this ability called Stone Call, which deals 2d6 points of bludgeoning damage to every creature in the area. It doesn't even say there's a save throw. You just do 2d6 damage. So when we do our unfair run, we're probably going to pick a tiefling with the Stone Call ability so that we can do 2d6 damage to the rogues in that library room, because that's probably the hardest fight you're going to have at the beginning. Because you have Lindsay, you have Tortucio, and they both cannot take a hit, so it's all dependent on you to stomach most of the blunt force of the attacks. If you're lucky, the 2d6 points of damage will kill off one or two of them. But then you have to fight your way through. Let's see, Amari can kill the ones in the hallway. And then you have those two near the armory. Those you have to fight yourself. You might, if you get a lucky hit on the melee one, and Lindsay dazes the other, you have a good chance, a decent chance to clear that group with the three of them. Even if you don't kill them off with one hit, Tartusio can cast a magic missile on the melee one to finish it off if you do get a hit in. So, yeah. And that's a lot of mathing here. So, either way, you can still be... Oh, they have blue hair. That works for me. Can't change the eyes, though. Okay, no, we don't need to change that. Okay, next is... Now, you can be Druid also... No, they don't get Shield of Faith, do they? So, Druid does not work. Now, this, of course, depends solely on if I'm only using Shield of Faith, if I'm only using Barkskin. There might be better ways to increase natural armor and deflection bonuses. What's shield in... Let's see here. What type of bonus is shield? Let's see here. Shield spell. Tower shield, light shield, heavy shield, bashing shield, guardian shield, Okay, this is the spell. So shield is a +4 shield bonus. So this will be replacing the shield. So no, it's not better than... Let's see here. That should do it. Alright. But yeah, it's not better. It's a good temporary boost. Now, if we went Crusader, we lose the ability to get level 7 spells. And Crusader... Let's see here. Crusader... We don't need to do Crusader because if we're multi-classing the fighter, we're going to get everything that Crusader really gives us off the hand there. Herald Caller. This one's the Summoner, right? Yeah, you give up armor proficiencies, so that's no good. Is skewing physical armor for protection via strength of his faith. Focus on miracles his deity bestows and breadth of that deity's domain. How does that work? As a standard action, the Ecclesiasturge, I don't even know how to pronounce that, Ecclesiasturge, can bless one ally within close range. A blessed ally gains a +2 sacred bonus on attack rolls, skill checks, ability checks, saving throws, and AC until this next turn. That's weak. So there's also sacred bonuses. I have to look more into that one later. They're proficient with club, dagger, heavy crossbow, light crossbow, quarterstaff, favorite weapon of the deity. But not proficient with any type of armor or shield. Wow. At first level, when he chooses his domain clerics, he designates one of his primary domains and the other as his secondary domain. His non-domain spell slots to prepare spells from his primary domain spell list each day, blah, 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 blah. Straight cleric is probably just the way to go. Alright, so we got our character here. Now, domain-wise, Earth, Law, Nobility, Protection, Travel. Evil, Fire, Law, Magic, Trickery. Chaos, Charm, Knowledge, Luck, Trickery. Chaos, Charm, Good, Strength, Travel. Chaos, Good, Liberation, Luck, Travel. Animal, Community, Good, Law, Plants. Chaos, Destruction, Glory, Strength, War. You got Air, Animal, Plant, Water, Weather. Chaos, Destruction, Evil, Madness. Glory, God, Law, Sun, War. Healing, Knowledge, Law, Rune, Strength. Destruction, Knowledge, Magic, Protection, Rune. Charm, Death, Evil, Knowledge, Trickery. Death, Healing, Knowledge, Repose, Water. Chaos, Destruction, Evil, War, Weather. Fire, Glory, Good, Healing, Sun. Air, Charm, Good, Luck, Protection. Artifice, Earth, Good, Law, Protection. Argathoa, Death, Evil, Magic, Strength, War. And Zon Kuthon, Darkness, Death, Destruction, Evil, Law. Looking at the different domains. Protection from arrows, lightning ball. Let's see if there's any protection spells. Animal domain, Magic Fang, hold animal, dominate animal. Of course, plant domain has the bark skin. Water, let's see here, freedom of movement. Weather domain has nothing for defensive. Artifice domain has lead blades, effortless armor, magical vestment. Okay, let's look into magical vestment. That sounds promising. Magical vestments. It sucks I can't look at these in the game. All right. All right, it's a spell. You imbue a suit of armor or shield with an enhancement bonus of +1 per 4 caster levels. An outfit of regular clothing counts as armor that grants no AC bonus for the purpose of the spell. So it just gives you an armor bonus. It doesn't really... How long does it last? 1 hour per level. Okay. So if we do get to a point... What level? This is a level 3 spell? So... +5 at level 20. Wait a minute. At level 3, so you get a level 3. It's a +1 per 4 caster levels. And at level 4, you get a +2. 8 +3, 12 +4. No, that's not how it works. +1 at +1 at 4. +2 at 8, +3 at 12, +4 at 16, and +5 at 20. Okay, maybe. That doesn't sound as useful as it might have thought. So that was Artifice. What's Effortless Armor? I gotta see what that is. Effortless Armor. So with Effortless Armor, armor you wear no longer reduces your speed. You also reduce the armor's armor check penalty by +1 by 1 +1 per fighter. Okay, I thought it might reduce the or improve the max dex bonus, but that is not the case. So it's not as important. All right, so moving on. I see chaos, protection from law, communal, cloak of chaos, hypnosis, hideous laughter, rainbow pattern, dominate person, community, protection from alignment, communal, prayer, protection from energy, stone skin. That's going to be useful. Sleep, blindness, vampiric touch. Nope. What's Bone Shaker? Still curse, enervation. Alright, Earth, Stone Fist, Acid Arrow, Soothing Mud, Spike Stones. I thought there might... Stone Skin, that's the only thing that's defensive. Fire, Glory, Shield of Faith, Blessed Weapon, Searing Light, Protection from Evil, Protection from Healing, Knowledge Domain, True Strike, Fox Cunning, Invisibility. There's also, yeah, I forgot about, there's Fox Cunning, you can cast out on a monk. How much does that give? Let's just go Fox Cunning. So, the spell grants a +4 enhancement bonus to intelligence. There's one for each. You think foxes would be wisdom, but whatever. It's owl, right? So owl's wisdom. Okay. Adding unusual benefit. Blah blah blah. Do not gain additional spell slots, but the save DCs for spells they cast under Okay, so let's see here. If we did do monk with no armor, giving them cat's grace, owl's wisdom, that's a total of +4 on both fronts. Then you can have, like, you cannot max. I'm just gonna pick whatever. Even if I was to take all the points away from everything else, you're not gonna get anything more than a +4/+4. That's 8. And you can't use shield. Yeah, losing shield. Yeah, no. If you lose the shield bonus, then you're kind of like, there's no way the monk can compete against a fully armored warrior, cleric, in AC. At least not the math I'm doing. It doesn't seem like it's possible. Okay, so, but we don't need that for this character. Because we don't get bonus to AC because of wisdom. We don't get bonus to AC past 16, so we don't need it. Okay, so what else can we do? So I was looking at, I think we looked at all the different domains, right? So we know we want something with nature. Or not nature, plant, right? It's plant. That has the bark skin. Something with Shield of Faith would be great too. And the only one I saw Shield of Faith with was the Glory Domain. I don't think we're going to find a plant Glory Domain god, though. Yeah, Shield of Faith is a Glory Domain spell. We could choose... Like, I would say that most of the things that attacking us is evil. Like, the rogues are probably evil in the dungeon. The Stag Lord minions are probably evil. So protection from evil probably... Or, you know, chaos. Like, those rogues are definitely not lawful. So if we had nature and law... Protection from chaos... That could provide us the bonuses we need. Because I think Shield of Faith is just a regular spell, right? Do you need it as a domain spell? Shield of Faith. Cleric. Yeah, it's just a cleric spell. It would be nice if it was a domain spell. That way I can cast it as a domain spell. But okay. What else could we possibly pick? I can't even see the spells on that one. On Madness. Color Spray. Divine Favor. Protection from Alignment. Protection Domain. Oh, look at this. Protection Domain has bark skin already. So we don't need plant to get bark skin. Okay, so that's a note. I could see glory and protection being under one god. Possibly. Alright, so with that in mind, can we find that combination? Well, we found law and protection under Abadar. So the protection from chaos, protection from chaos, and Barkskin covered. Actually, protection has protection from alignment, so we can even pick what alignment, evil or chaos, and that would work too. Let's see here. What else could we find? Good, aberration, luck, travel, chaos, destruction, glory. There's glory, but no protection. Chaos, destruction, evil, madness, glory, good, law. So we found glory and law. Well, no, we need protection or plant. It has to be one of those two if you want Barkskin. Of course, we could have someone else cast Barkskin on us. That's always a possibility. It's always nice to have it on one character. It's probably I'm probably taking this more further than I need to, but you can always have someone else cover that for you. All right. I mean, no, not quite. All right. So we could pick Torag, Shaylin, we can pick Nethys. Hey, that's the name of that website. Nethys, Pathfinder Nethys. The All-Seeing Eye. Destruction, Knowledge, Magic, Protection Rune. Interesting. Nope, not that one. That one. Of course, there's Gosreth, the one we're looking at originally picked. Then there's Aristal. And Abadar. Okay, so there are 4 gods we can pick that gives us Barkskin and protection from chaos, or protection from alignment. We couldn't find glory and protection or glory and plant into one category, so there is no god that covers those two together. Let's see, Abadar, the god of cities, laws, merchants, and wealth, also called god of walls and ditches and the Eastern Dragon Empires, is known to be a patient deity, maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions. He sets forth to expand civilization and order among the people of Golaria. That kind of sits with us. Now, weapon is light crossbow. We could pick that one. Then we also have Gosreth, Gosreth is a dualistic deity of nature, a god of storm and sky, and also a goddess of the wave and surf, born of the ocean's fury and wind's wrath. Gosreth is a fickle deity. Okay, more of like a neutral god. Then we said Shaylin as another possibility. Shaylin, also known as the Eternal Rose, the Eternal Maiden, and the Incorruptible, is the goddess of art, beauty, love, and music, and the half-sister of Zon Kuthon. Shaylin focuses just as much attention on internal beauty as external. As aspects of her role as goddess of beauty, Shaylin also promotes the creation of art and composing of performance of music. Clerics of Shaylin frequently are artists themselves. As the goddess of love, Shaylin encourages the proliferation of that feeling in all its forms. She is not the goddess of sexuality, lust, or fertility, and makes a very clear distinction between love and sexuality. Although she does not in any way discourage erotic love, the few paladins who worship her practice courtly love. Ooh my. Air, charm, good, luck, and protection. Okay, and then there's Torog. Torog, also known as the Father of Creation, is a stoic and serious dwarven god of the forge, protection, and strategy who values honor, planning, well-made steel. He is an often distant deity, lending magical power to his clerics, but leaving his followers to make their own way through life, knowing that this will make them strong and determined. Oh, this has the artifice. Earth, good, law, and protection. I think a lot of those have overlap, though. Let's see here. Obviously, going to do holy. So artifice has... What's lead blades? I don't even know what that is. Lead blades. Let's see what that is. Lead blades. So lead blades. Lead blades increases the momentum and density of your melee weapons just as they strike a foe. All melee weapons or melee weapons you are carrying when the spell is cast deals damage as if one size category larger than they actually are. For instance, a medium longsword normally deals 1d8 points of damage, but it would instead deal 2d6 points of damage if benefiting from lead blades. Alright, that could be pretty useful. 1 minute per level. Alright, something to consider. So, effortless armor, magical vestment. We probably picked this for magical vestment and lead blades. Everything else is down the line that we're not too worried about. Stone fist, acid arrow. Nothing here that really catches me as useful for what we need. Protection from evil communal, prayer, focus, repentance, burst of glory. Law, protection from chaos, protection, like this is the overlap I'm talking about. And then protection from alignment. Like this right here already has the domains of these two first level spells. So it's like, if you're looking to build as high as you can AC, these two are just, it would be artifice and protection if we did go with this route. If you went with Shaylin, where the hell is she? Protection from arrows. Now that could be useful. Protection, lightning bolt, shout, cloud kill, lightning, chain lightning, hypnosis, hideous laughter, blah blah blah, 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 dominate person. Then you have good, protection from evil. What's luck? True strike, aid, protection from energy, protection from... Well, I say protection from energy twice. Protection from energy with F from being capitalized, and then protection from energy with F not capitalized. What is up with that? Oh, protection from energy communal. Break enchantments, cat grace mass, restoration, greater restoration, euphoric, tranquility, mass heal. I kind of wish they didn't write it that way. The commas really throw things off. Of all these, probably luck would be the other option here. Okay, so if we didn't do that, if we went Abadar, what would that be? Divine favor, grace, magical investment, heroism, dominate person, brilliant. Honestly, It might be nobility. Okay. So what it comes down to is Abadar and Shaylin. We said Shaylin was going to be protection and luck. Now, True Strike might get us past an enemy. If we, like... Yeah, that would technically... That would come in handy, honestly. If you charge in, get that hit, it'll get you... It will help you get past one of the fights. So yeah, luck and protection. Okay. Okay, I think we finally found the build for when we do a unfair challenge run that's, you know, no reloads, or it's like the Iron Man mode. It'll probably be a cleric fighter to max out your AC and make you as survivable as possible, just to get past the tutorial. Okay, so actually that's a different matter. I think what you want to do is make a character that can get past the tutorial and make it to the outpost. Because I think at the outpost is when you can respec into whatever you want your main character to be, and use the Pathfinder Society. If it does what I think it does, allows you to hire people, which are just going to be characters you make, maybe. I have to check that out. Okay, let's look that up. Let's see here. Pathfinder Kingmaker. What does the Pathfinder Society give you? Sure. Custom mercenary recruitment and powerful settlement bonuses. Well, I'm not gonna worry about. Not gonna look into that part, but yeah. Custom mercenary recruitments. So pretty much you get to make the characters that you want. Probably what I would do to get a group, a cohesive group that works well together. Damn, I can't believe I spent so much time on this. Okay. All right, now we can take a breath. We can move on. Oh yeah, what's the... Another thing to keep in mind is the deities... I can't even see... There we go. A glaive. Okay, so Shaylin's favorite weapon's a glaive, which I wouldn't use. And Abadar's favorite weapon is the light crossbow, which I also wouldn't use. Unless you can one-hand a glaive, which you cannot. Turog is a warhammer. And Gosreth is a trident. Yeah. Nope. Okay. So... None of those four have weapons I would use for a high AC character. Okay, so now we got class, or the skill feat, or feat, just a damn feat. We can pick dodge for a +1 AC bonus. Extra channel cleric. Lightning reflexes. Meta magic, persuasive, power attack, shake it off. Shield focus. Increase the AC bonus granted by any shield you are using +1. Spell penetration, spell toughness. 2 up in fighting. Weapon finesse, shield bash. Alright. How come I didn't see armor focus? Interesting. Alright, we'll go with shield focus. And we'll do a neutral good character.
Ah, a test of my abilities.
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
Our path leads on.
This doesn't suit me.
We won't falter!
I failed. Aim carefully.
I won't take that. Enemy approaching!
With grace? The spell's not working. That's mean.
No.
Damn this silly thing.
I guess we'll just do Ias.
Stand with me. We shall overcome.
All right. Let's see how this one goes.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
Where are they? This is taking forever. We didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes. Who are the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori, and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
Sorry, I had to give some food to the cats. One's griping at me.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless, exactly what Restov needs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the Stolen Lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder. Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
Let's see here. There's a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
If I may please answer the question.
All right.
We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
Why not recognize the Stag Lord as Baron?
That's a good point. As I see it, this Stag Lord already holds power over the region with confidence. Many noble bloodlines were started by bandits who just got lucky, weren't they?
Perhaps because we do have standards to maintain. This room has seen many celebrations of adventurers, and even those who just got lucky. But giving a noble title to a bandit lord? That's one thing that's never happened here, and it won't while I still breathe.
Your opponent has found a barony. What do you gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded. Let's just say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Now you're talking.
Oh, it's all clear as day.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Restov, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
Hi, my name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
I'm Wishbone, pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Actually, I also wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear. It doesn't matter. I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
Wait, a book?
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly? And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, gods forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
What about the barbarian? She looks pretty heroic. I think her name's Amira.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. You can tell she could tear a bear's head off with her bare hands, but she kind of scares me just a little. But, I mean, her sword's twice as big as I am. She could cut me down without even noticing. Just think on it a bit, all right? I'm sure you'll agree. All right, I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
All right. So looking at this journal, a crow takes its first sip of the ink pot and scripts the first lines of the book about the travels, adventures and victories that lie ahead. A book that will extol both its heroine and me, its author, Lindsay. The note to self when I come up with a fancy nickname added here. I'm writing this in the banquet hall, where Sword Lady Jamandi Adori has just finished telling us about the mission that lies before us. Tomorrow at dawn, our team will set off to the Stolen Lands in order to accomplish glorious feats. This is where my book begins, and the gods themselves can't say what will happen next. We have a long road ahead of us, but we all need to get a good night's sleep. Fortunately, Lady Jamandi has graciously given us each a room in her mansion. I have to admit, I am so excited that I won't be able to even close my eyes. Fortunately, I had a chance to talk with the future heroine of my book. I think Wishbone is just the person I was looking for.
Let us press on.
Alright, do I have everything equipped? Let's see, my AC right now is 18, which is okay. Let's look at our spell book. So I can get my AC to 20 with this build. On unfair difficulty, the attacks are at plus 11, so that means that they hit me on a roll of a 9 or more, which means they have a 60% chance to hit me. Still not great, even with Shield of Faith. Now I can use True Strike as my... Okay. Oh, Lead Blade also sounded good too, huh?
Help! Help!
What's going on?
The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers or we'll all be cut down one by one.
Stand with me.
Not pretty for you, buddy. Let's see here. So this is still better. Okay, so I can actually get my AC to 21.
Godspeed.
Now, we are on the right difficulty, right? You're on challenging. Okay.
just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been? But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory. Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to make our way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen lands. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
The gnome looks back at Lunzi and starts whispering as he takes a ring off his finger, handing it to you. Okay, so actually, with the ring, we actually get our AC to 22, which means they have to roll an 11. So they have a 50-50 chance now. If only I can find other ways to increase my AC. Still, that's pretty good.
Forwards.
Sight betrays them.
I deserve better.
Anything is possible.
I stand ready.
Time's wasting.
Just letting the ink dry.
Stays 1.
Together we stand. I will not falter.
Strike as one.
Attack me?
Do not hold back.
Where's the charge ability?
These magics should be used in other ways.
We shall overcome.
It's padded. We got studded leather, which is good for Lindsay. Let's have her heal
And
Tartusio.
Lindsay was called forth.
Esmo, Axel,
Let us not hesitate.
It's not worth carrying.
Without a doubt.
For Gorum! It's the end for you rats! Hey!
Defeat is not an option.
Damn, you got laid out.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
The barbarian's face is distorted with rage. She grinds her teeth, and sweat drips from her forehead. Noticing Tartusio, she swings her sword, but stops it just in time.
Blood for Gorum!
Amiri takes a deep breath and barks out. Swinging her bloody sword, she runs towards the sound of battle.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
What, stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
Godspeed. I have managed.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Enlighten me.
I will see this through. Stand with me. Let us press on.
Anything else?
An army. I'm sure Jamandi wouldn't mind if we borrow some weapons. Alright, we got a masterwork light mace. Composite longbow, that's worth a lot. Definitely gonna equip that. Plates, banded mail, key, a giant ass shield, armor class 4. Can't use it though. What if I did use it? What would happen?
I do not find this to be useful.
Okay, maybe not. So could you get a +5 tower shield? Because that would be a huge boost to AC right there. Take the bandit armor? Hold on. Someone can use it.
Oh, familiar faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jaethal. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
Patricio eyes Jaethal suspiciously.
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons or...
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
Jethro looks at Lindsay as though at an annoying fly.
I was successful in my search.
Applause, please.
I will guide us.
Look here.
Applause, please. I see something. Anything else?
Chainmail. Rockboard. I see. She's using chainmail, which is a +6. This is a +7. She can't wear it though. Chainmail actually would be better for me. 4, 6. I think it would be better. It's 1 better. So we can get our AC to 23 at best. Which means they have to roll 12. Alright, so we're starting to get below 50%. That's good. Now this is for unfair. I'm just measuring up against unfair difficulty. Right now, probably no one can hit me. What are you dallying for? I'm telling you, Jamandi's cache has to be somewhere. Well, hurry it up before it... Stop! Someone's coming!
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Leave this to me.
Unworthy.
Oh yeah, fight defensively. So we can get our AC, another +2, for a total of 23, 25, which means I have to roll a 14 to hit us. Which is 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 7. So 35% chance. Pretty much 1 in 3% chance to hit us. Still not high enough to be reliable, though. Wizard is filled with Divine Wrath, getting a +1 second bonus to all damage rolls. This bonus increases by +1 for every... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong character. Demoralize. You can use Persuasion skill to cause an opponent to become shaken for a number of rounds. This shaken condition doesn't stack with other shaken conditions. DC is black, black, black. If you're successful, the target is shaken for 1 round. Duration increases by 1 round for every 5 by which he beats the DC. Yeah, that could be handy. Invisible. I can cast invisible? From what? What's giving me this power? Oh, let's read this. This is a nightmare. The mansion is swarming with cutthroats, killing everyone they can find. Lady Jamandi is one on the defensive in the banquet hall, and we have to help her. And we have to gather anyone who is still alive along the way. Didn't manage to get any sleep, but it wasn't due to my excitement. In the middle of the night, the mansion was attacked by some cutthroats who came out of nowhere. Bloods and screams everywhere. It was terrible. I had no idea what was going on, but Wishbone was in the room next door. So I decided we had to team up, or they'll cut us down one by one. So is this from my celestial power? While using a halo, they gain a +2 circumstance bonus on save throws against becoming blinded or dazzled. What's giving me the invisibility? Okay, here we go. But it doesn't tell me where it's from, does it? I just have it. Touch creature becomes invisible if the check is required. An invisibility check is stealth, 20 stealth. What's giving me this? I just, out of nowhere, I have invisibility. I might be able to skip the first room that way. It has to be from Tiefling. I don't see anything else that could be... Unless my cleric... No. Can't be the cleric. You can touch a willing creature as a standard action, giving it a bit of luck. For the next round, anytime the target rolls a d20, she may roll twice and take the more favorable result. Ooh, it's kind of like having... You can use this ability a number of times a day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. It's kind of like having True Strike on demand.
Time has come.
So what ability is that? That's this one? What's the other one? Standard action, you can touch an ally to grant him a resistance bonus for +1 minute. When you use this ability, you lose your resistance bonus granted for protection. Okay. That's from my Tiefling, my Asimir power. This one is from my... Okay.
Godspeed.
Alright, so...
I don't tolerate fools.
Together we stand.
Patience is running thin.
Damn.
I stand ready.
Almost there.
I always have a second plan.
Let us not hesitate. I will not falter.
Oh, we're so close.
Time's wasting.
Our time has come. Together we stand. I will see this through.
Enlighten me.
Damn it. I'm off by one again.
Let
Ooh,
us
I got it.
not hesitate.
There we go.
Adventures call to them.
Okay, now to do the inverse.
I stand ready.
I don't tolerate fools.
Our time has come.
There we go. Yeah, okay. So you only have to touch 2 to make them all match up there. Alright.
I will not falter.
Their sight betrays them.
Together we stand.
What troubles you?
All I will see this through. These magics should be used in other ways. Share your will. Let us not hesitate.
You cannot stand against me.
Used in other ways.
Wretched things.
Attack! These magics should be used in other ways.
Didn't even get to use it.
Ah! Everything is so much fun with a little fire.
The tiefling girl
What a
you saw.
night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
The tiefling girl you saw at the reception before the attack stops nearby and waves her tail with excitement.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
Yours sound like Kalishite, am I right?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word. I like making new friends.
I don't think we've met.
I am Kayesi, one of the many here who seek a better fate, answering the call of Lady Jamandi. But unlike the others, I never dropped my guard, day or night. It's why I'm still alive.
Let's see here. Now, there are assassins on the prowl. We have to go.
I don't know where you're heading, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall. I think I saw some guards there. Join me there, if you wish.
The tiefling salutes you and runs ahead nimbly. More corpses on the floor here. It's not easy to wash out blood, you know.
Grotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
A dwarf is lying on the ground, staring into the dark sky. He doesn't seem to have any severe wounds, but he's trembling, whisper is weak, as though he were at death's door. What's wrong?
I'm dying. I knew this expedition was doomed. Oh, Grotus, my vision darkens.
Aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself, you barely got a scratch.
You're wrong. Who would know better than I the severity of my own wounds? I can feel the last drops of vital force leaving me.
Alright, I guess my good character would just pour one of the dwarf's healing potions into his mouth. This should help.
Too late. Forgive me. Oblivion is calling.
The dwarf wounds, shallow as they are, begin to heal, but he seems not to notice as he keeps whispering. Quit the act, stand and fight, or I'll really send you to the final rest.
I can't hear you. I'm being taken away into the darkness.
Up, you faker! Just look at him! Dying, he says. What a buffoon! Come on, get up now, or I'll tap dance on your corpse.
It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
The dwarf grunts as he regains his feet, and wearily looks down at his bloodstained armor. Alright, let's see here. What's he got? Chainmail? He can wear the banded. And he has a negative dex. Ouch. Okay, well then it doesn't matter what armor I give him. His shield is bloody though. Congrats, he fought.
Forwards.
Alright, let's organize our group. Let's get the frontliners.
My search was not in vain.
Got a masterwork longsword. Can anybody use it though? Oh, she could. I guess I'll give it to her. Fortunately, she doesn't have a shield I can give her. Oh, she has a masterwork scythe anyways. Give her that. Lindsay can use it? She doesn't have the strength for it. Oh well.
You, run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere. Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
Who are you?
Keston, House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also give myself a manly captain of the guard. Or two.
What's going on here?
Someone opened the gate, let in a group of assassins in the middle of the night. Now they've set the mansion on fire to cut off access to the hall. They don't want Lady Jamandi to get reinforcements. We cleared the passage so you can get through. Just try to avoid inhaling the smoke. We'll be right behind you. We just need to put out the fire first to save the mansion.
Considering Lady Jamandi's fate, I'm not surprised that a whole pack of assassins were unleashed on her, including a giant. But what's at stake? What could anyone hope to gain?
The tiefling squints, obviously curious and thinking quickly. Do you need help putting in the fire?
No, we'll manage. I've got my best people here, those who still live. Your place is by Lady Aldori's side.
It doesn't seem right. What if some of the guards are wounded? We need to help them.
Where's the hall?
You'll have to run through the fire. We've almost put it out at the entrance, so your main concern should be to not inhale any smoke. Hold your breath and take the first right, then head straight down the hallway.
I'll go immediately.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
The tiefling girl starts off and dashes through fire.
May Abadar keep you safe.
Without a doubt.
Let's see here. And so our adventure started, earlier and much more tragic than we expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls, led by Wishbone, and not at all by that scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandia Dori was waiting for us, but to get to her, we had to march through fire, literally. As we approached the burning building, we covered our noses and mouths before we rushed inside. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crushed down with a terrible cracking sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and burning the red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one way to go. The hot air burned our lungs and our eyes watered from the smoke, but Wishbone led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. We made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd be stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flame, she looked like a celestial avenger, an armored deity menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to help us poor mortals. She held a burned, barely living guard in her arms. "There are two more," she shouted as she passed by us. "They are wounded. Help me pull them out." Tartusio grumbled something about how Jamandi was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Wishbone rushed to save the guards from the fire. Saving the poor fellows was harder than it had seemed. We inhaled a lot of smoke and burned ourselves more than once before managing to pull them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her face. "Thank you, that was truly noble of you," she said. "And now let us rush to Lady Adori's aid." Ensuring the guards we rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall, where the battle was already in full swing. I didn't take too much damage. Let's see here. How should we do this with this type of group? I don't think it's... Oh, there's left some potions behind. I don't think I need to change anybody's equipment. Reinforcements are already on the way. Save your prayers, scum. Damn, she just took 30 damage from a giant.
Oh, sorry. Was lost in...
So this is a morale bonus to attack and saves.
Adventures call to them.
+1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm. +1 competence bonus on attack and damage roll. Yeah, so that's a separate bonus. They stack.
Share your will.
Yes, I'm still here.
I am your shield.
Our time has come.
This is touch, highlight halo.
I am yours to command.
They dare to attack me?
I cast my spell. AC 22.
not much longer.
He scampers over. Guess I'll take these. It's worth something. Not so much for that one.
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger. And that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
As Jemani catches her breath, she looks over the trash banquet hall and salutes the survivors.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Iroveti's seal? That's why she wasn't killed. The bandits recognized her as one of their own by this signet ring.
After a dramatic pause, Tartusio points a finger towards you. Tartusio's trying to set me up. He's the one who gave me this ring.
Yes. Such a gambit would be typical of Iroveti and his henchmen. And yet, it still seems suspicious. There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
My words might be rash.
The tiefling is obviously embarrassed.
I bet my life the spy's anyone but this woman. I saw how she dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with her through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand. He's got the eyes of a spy, and the mug of a spy!
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed her true colors. She forced us to break into the armory and rob it.
Forgive me for the trespass. In my defense, we were in the middle of a battle and in dire need of weapons.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril, until crossing the boundaries of what is allowed. Showing initiative is no crime.
It is insane when faced with death to stop and question whether you may be breaking some law or rule. Even more insane would be to ask forgiveness for making the right decision. Sorry, but your words display a lack of wisdom.
What about that trick she pulled right before we came in here? She knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, she dallied as long as she could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. She was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
People were dying right in front of me. How could I just walk by that?
Really, Tartuccio? You're seriously trying to blame someone for saving people from a fire?
May Shellen spare me from ever having to make such a choice, but she behaved decently, as a true leader.
A true leader is someone who has their priorities straight. Not someone who would put a valuable ally's life in danger for the sake of some servant.
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the Stolen Lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who were to set off for the Stolen Lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
Valerie bows respectfully to the Sword Lord.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If my leader allows, I would join her team. She seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
Our leader is good in battle, but I don't like all the spiritual agonizing. I prefer those who can act without wasting time helping every little pipsqueak. Those like Tartuccio.
Ugh, Tartuccio's going to take the credit for himself and be done with it. Shellen, spare me from such allies. I'm going with you. You're a hero worthy of my quill.
You know, after making a cleric and looking at all the types of gods and their domains and stuff like that, I'm actually starting to get these references that these characters randomly throw out there.
As for
Like
me,
Shaylin and
I know
Abadar.
neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll remain in Restov and help mend the wounds this attack has inflicted. But who knows? The road may bring me to the Stolen Lands, but not yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this woman. As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spy guts from the trees.
All right, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the Stolen Lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navakta's Crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Levitin's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies. I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution. While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Restov is working for Patox. But you should know that it isn't just Patox we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless. And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Restov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Surviving a terrible night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, Stolen Lands. Heroes are on the way.
Alright, here we are again. Let's see here. See what our stats say. So Wishbone, not particularly good at these. She's definitely the cook. What's that do? The character attempts to make use of their special camping ability, making a roll against the area DC. What does that even do, though? Maintain armor. Point someone to stand watch. They will send alarm if the camp is attacked. Bella adjusts and repairs her armor and gains a +1 circumstance AC bonus in the first battle within 12 hours. The effect extends to one additional battle for every 4 levels Valerie gains beyond level 1.
Your sword is so heavy. Maybe you should carry a smaller weapon and wear more serious armor.
Yeah, right. Why do I need armor? My enemies can barely raise their hands before they fall on the ground. That wouldn't be so easy if I was swinging a toothpick.
No, spoiled food. Okay. So that's another way to get... Well, that's only to NPCs, huh? I couldn't do that myself for some reason. So, I don't get any special rolls. That's unfortunate.
We will prevail.
Let's see, I only got... True Strike's my other ability.
Strike as one.
Do not falter! Tear them apart!
Serves you right.
Didn't take too much damage.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
All your characters are fatigued. A fatigued character cannot charge. Takes a -2 penalty to strength to dexterity. Okay. Oh, I guess we're moving slower because of the equipment we're carrying.
Someday, I will be as famous as Anime Bellavera herself. No, even more famous. Hoping I live that long.
Oh, we're like barely into the heavy. Let's see here. Potion of Shield of Faith, that's not bad. How many hit points did you have? 18? Pretty decent. Actually, she can probably use the wand. Sure, it has potions. With blindness, enlarged person. Bark skin. Alchemist fire. Give that to Lindsay. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the Stolen Lands, we demand this week's tax and some beer. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? She should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money, and we'll be on our way. You want to drink some of my blood, too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts. You think you control everything around here just because you put up that painted brag of yours. You come here, squeeze us dry, and come again. Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be guests from Rostov. Special alignment. My task is to clear this land of bandits. I'll start right now. Retreat! We're too few for a fight. Let's call for help from the camp. No way. Just means we can rob a few idiots instead of just one. To arms, everyone!
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Onwards!
Do not hold back.
But did she not cast it yet?
I'll survive. I always survive.
What's my AC at? 22? Thought it'd be higher than that. +2 from Dex, +2 from Shadow Face, 6 armor, okay. What's her chance to hit right now? They get a +4 to attack, which means they have a really low chance of hitting me. Ooh, but they did hit me.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Yes. I stand ready.
Anything is possible.
Yes.
Alright, pretty much maxed out.
I will not falter.
Let's go ahead and take their gear. Alright, level up time. We're gonna go... Should we go... Level 2 doesn't give us much. So we'll just go to level 1 fighter already. Now if we pick Tower Shield Specialist, what does that do? At second level, the Tower Shield Specialist can use his shield to screen himself from burst spells and effects, getting a +1 bonus on reflex saves against them while employing a Tower Shield. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels after second. Still get the armor training and Tower Shield training. At third level, the Tower Shield Specialist gains armor training as normal, but while he employs the Tower Shield, the armor penalty is reduced by 3. And the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by his Tower Shield increases by 2. Wait, Tower Shields have a dex limit? The benefit increases every 4 levels thereafter as per standard armor training. If the Tower Shield Specialist is not employing a Tower Shield, the benefit to armor training reverts to normal bonus. The armor penalty is reduced by 3 and the max dex bonus allowed by his Tower Shield. Huh. That's different. I didn't know Tower Shields had a dex. Let me look at that up. Yeah, we're gonna hold off on that. The max dex is added to armor training when using a Tower Shield. Shields do not have... Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what confused me. Oh, it's when using... Okay, let me look at that again. Okay, so if you look at Tower Shield... Let me read this again. The Tower Shield Specialist gains armor training as normal, but while he employs a Tower Shield, the armor penalty is reduced by 3 and the max dexterity bonus allowed by his Tower Shield increases by 2. See, that part is written weird, because it sounds like it's the Tower Shield that is denying me my dex bonus. The benefit increases every 4 levels thereafter as the per standard. So the armor check penalty is applied to... I think it's the armor check penalty is applied to the shield. And the max dex is applied to armor. That's probably what they meant to say. At 5th level, when a Tower Shield Specialist employs a Tower Shield in combat, he does not take a -2 penalty on attack rolls because of the shield's encumbrance. Ooh, I should take a penalty, huh? What's on a Dory Defender? Defensive parry. When a Sword Lord makes a full attack with a dueling sword, he makes a +1 bonus to AC against melee attacks until the beginning of the next turn. Increases by +1 for every 4 levels after the 3rd. So, what's the armor training here? Aldori Sword Lords, or Bravoi, are among the deadliest and most feared fighters in the Inner Sea. They have spent long years mastering the Aldori's dueling sword, pitting themselves against other dueling swords and all manners of weaponry besides. Their speed and reflexes weave a net of impenetrable steel around them, from which they strike and harry their unfortunate opponents. The most common form of Aldori dueling, and arguably the easiest of the techniques to master, focuses on avoiding damage and disarming foes. These sword lords prefer to wear light or no armor, trusting their skills for protection. So I'm assuming that it does not give heavy armor. It says here they get all the armors anyways. So if I was an Alduri sword, this is why Valerie as a Tower Shield Specialist makes very little sense. She struggles to have enough dex to make full use of her class. That's fair. So, if I was an Aldori Defender, I could still wear heavy armor, right? And get the bonus off of this. Defensive parry. Because this is equivalent to having a bonus to max AC anyways. You just have to make a full attack with dueling swords. That's the only downside, is that it's not a passive. You have to actively be fighting a full round of attacks before it activates. But this will allow you can also use a shield. Valerie was originally an Aldori Defender, but they changed her before realized because idiots. Well, now, okay, so I have to move you real quick. So you can have the shield, you can have the heavy armor, you can have a dex of 1, and you get the bonuses of pretty much the equivalency of the armor training, but in the form of a... What type of bonus is this? A bonus to AC. It's just a flat bonus. It's an unnamed bonus. It's not a deflection. It's not a luck. It's not a morale. It's not a circumstance. Well, maybe it's a circumstance bonus. I don't know. It doesn't say what type of bonus this is. So, if I had seen that earlier, I could have gone with 12 dexterity, full plate armor, because full plate armor has a 1 max dex. It doesn't need a full attack with the dueling sword is the only restriction. Yeah, but I could have saved myself, you know, how many skill points or stat points in dex and put it in something else. And still come out with about the same amount of... I mean, I just have to deal with that initial round. And every time in between opponents, I have to go to the next opponent. I lose that AC. So it's really... Is it after the first round? It's pretty much I have to wait till after the first round, isn't it? So the first round, I won't even have the bonus until a full round passed. I would recommend being a pure cleric. Delaying your spell progression isn't a great idea for full casters. She's not going to be a full caster. So what I have... This is a high AC character. That's the build. So I did the math already. The ideal solution here is a level 7 fighter, level 13 cleric. And the reason for that is Shield of Faith and Bark Skin. At 13, you get +4 from Shield of Faith and +5 from Bark Skin. And then you get +3 from Armor Training. Well, +2 technically, but your max dex is a +3. That's why I have a 16 dexterity. So collectively, these bonuses paired with the fighters will amount to a really high AC character. That's not the focus of this character. The cleric stuff is nice, but once it's all about the AC, she's supposed to be a frontline defender, high AC character. She's a Gimp cleric. She's not supposed to be a cleric. She's supposed to be a defender, a frontliner. Does that registers, right? Like, I'm not looking to, like, I can have, there's 6 party members in total. I'm not looking to make her the cleric. She is just to be a high AC. I'm just trying to maximize her AC. Now, I could have someone else cast the spells on her. That's another method. But ultimately, I'm trying to build a character for insane difficulty than being a pure martial class. Yeah, that's another pass I can take if I had someone else to cast the buffs on her. But some of these domains are kind of interesting. Or these, you know, domain powers that she has. She eventually... Those sources of AC also come from gear. No. The bark skin is natural armor that stacks with regular armor. There's only a few spells that are self only. True. But the game doesn't give you a druid. Anyways, this isn't unfair difficulty, so the min-maxing isn't needed yet. Once I try the unfair difficulty, then we can try min-maxing. But the first part is trying to get through the tutorial. And right now, I think the best way to get through the tutorial is a cleric, possibly with the Crusader, what's it called? The Crusader subclass? Is there any real benefit of being a straight fighter, or are these just better in their own ways. You lose the bravery thing, which may be useful. The weapon training, let's see here. Starting at fifth level, a fighter can select one weapon group. Whenever he attacks with the weapon from this group, he gets a +1 bonus on attack and damage roll. That's pretty useful. Defender is an upgrade in my opinion, but forces you into a specific weapon. Yeah. But if you're going to use a shield, a one-handed weapon was going to be your choice regardless. You still get the weapon training. Second, two-handed fighter hits hard, but again limits you away from sword and board. Well, I'd probably turn a Murray. Well, no, I mean, she's a barbarian, but I want to give her a reach weapon. I kind of find that they nerfed reach weapons. They're now just 6 feet reach instead of like 10. And you don't get the attack of opportunity for enemies going through your reach, which is an unfortunate removal from polearm fighters. Weapon training. What's this line? Why is there 2 different types of weapon? I guess you get a second group. What's this? A 6th level, when a sword lord successfully disarms an opponent using a... I'm never going to try to disarm. Steel net. Can throw up a blazing wall of steel. When fighting defensively with a dueling sword, the sword has penalties of all attacks are reduced by 2. And the dodge bonus to AC is increased by 2 for the same round. So I think fighting defensively is a -4 +2. So does that mean that it goes from a -4 attack and +2 AC to a -2 to attack and +4 AC? Even 6 foot from being enlarged or reach weapons is a lot of distance. But you don't get the attack of opportunity more for things walking through that attack zone. Like in regular Pathfinder, reach weapons had a 10-foot reach, and moving from through that reach to the polearm user provoked an attack of opportunity, which you no longer have on Kingsmaker. That's the only thing I'm talking about. Like, it's kind of unfortunate for the polearm user. This is the irony. People complained Valerie wasn't tanky enough, so they changed her. But Aldari Defender has a similar AC to Tower Shield Specialist with more damage. Attack of opportunities are triggered when you leave someone's zone of control, so it's slightly different. Yeah, that threw me off because I didn't know the difference in mechanics when first starting Pathfinder, the Kingmaker. So when I first tried a polearm fighter, hoping that, okay, maybe I could get that extra attack before they get in close to me, and maybe one-shot, early game stuff before they approach, or what have you. But when I found out that was not the case, it's like, man, I have to rethink that. This means you can sidestep around the enemy without triggering an attack as long as you stay close. I guess that would be because they don't have an action called stepping in this game. So you can't just step to the side and distinguish that. Yes, in turn-based, the enemy will orbit your tank, and someone behind them feels bad, man. There's 5-foot step that avoids AoE. Is that an ability? Let me see here. Acrobatics. If you have 3 or more ranks in mobility, you gain a +3 bonus dodge to AC when fighting defensively. So if I get 3 ranks in fighting defensively, and I do this Net of Steel. Unfortunately, it's level 8 though. The AC would actually go to 5. Is that correct? Fighting defensively? It's part of the round action. Full action or standard. Move actions or 5-foot step plus standard plus another action. Yes, it would be +5 dodge with 3 mobility. Okay. Let's see here. Now, the Tower Shield Specialist employs a Tower Shield in combat. He does not take a -2 penalty on attack rolls because of shield's encumbrance. That's another thing. Let me look at that real quick. Yeah, -2 to attack. So that goes away completely. If you want the +4. I mean, +4 is a big jump from a +2 shield, if you want with the medium shield. So you say that a Dory Defender is still better AC-wise? Can it make this difference? I mean, I guess you could give the Adori a Tower Shield as well. It's just that full action stuff is kind of a pain though. You can really boost your AC if you pair this off. But I make up for those 2 ACs with the Bark Skin and the Shield of Faith. Even gets Tower Shield proficiency. Well, it's just Tower Shields are kind of meh. I mean, they do have ridiculous penalties. And are very heavy. Yeah. That's why you need a character with strength. Still get the armor training. Okay, so what are these barriers things? At second level, the Tower Shield Specialist can use his shield to screen. That's just the reflex saves. That's something else, like fireballs and stuff like that. So it has its other utilities, but unlike tabletop, you cannot use them as cover, so they are just for AC shields. £45. This is a small shield, so I can't really use that one as a reference. It is what, £6? So it's a huge difference in weight, especially if I'm going to go with full plate. I can respect, right? Because if I do go with the Adori Defender, then I don't need the 12 decks. I mean the 16 decks. Which is unfortunate because I put one of I based one of my stat boosts on Dex. It could have gone to strength and I could have done more damage and have 17 strength instead. You can respect on lower difficulties, so I can't respect on this one. Well, if I were to do this differently, then I would probably have picked an Aasimar with a boost to strength and wisdom instead. And just have my Dex at 12. Well, the idea was I get the armor training. That way, the armor training gets me the +3 on full plate armor. So I can get the 9 from full plate and +3 from the Dex. I was planning to max it out that way by the time I switch off fighter. Although, if I wasn't planning to get the armor training, well, that's what kind of what I was getting at. Like, I was basing this off getting the fighter's armor training. If I was not going to get it and went with the Adori Defender, that I would not have put all those points in the dex. I'm planning on challenge. Let's see here. Options. I don't know if it says anything about respecking. Then I think you have to turn it on. Where do I turn it on? Combat, party information in combat, and enemy information in combat, dialogue settings. Enable character retrain at the bottom of the major options. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Oh no, it goes to story mode. No, I'll just stick with it. Alright, so, I mean, we're not playing on it unfair yet, so it's not necessary to min-max this hard. It is nice. It's something to consider in the future, though. Okay, so we can still do Tower Shield Specialist. I'm thinking of getting the feats for the shield wall, the group shield feats. So when Valerie and my character stands together, their shield bonuses get higher. Yeah, Luck Domain. I saw that and I was like, yeah, let's go Luck Domain. I think it was only... Well, the reason why... Okay. Shaylin... I picked Shaylin because Shaylin... Where's the domains? Had the protection domain, I think. Character, abilities... Where's my domains? Damn, there's a huge list. Yeah, because she had the protection domain. And protection domain gives you bark skin. Pisses Valerie off, fair. So, that's how I'm able to stack my Shield of Faith and bark skin in one character. Other than... The other way to get it is to have another character that's just a cleric, just to cast. I mean, I guess they can also have the plant or protection domain. Those are the only two that get the bark skin spell without having to get like a druid, or I guess a ranger could get it. Yeah. So that's the reason why I went with Shaylin. There was only 4 possible gods that kind of work with getting bark skin. And I found that Shaylin was probably the best combination I can do. Do I know the companions you can recruit? Not really. I just know the ones you start off in the manor with. So she's a Tower Shield Specialist. Let's see here. It's even in her Valiant Defender. A reliable comrade in battle, proud Valerie rejected her destiny as a paladin of Shaylin. Well, she's also Shaylin. Instead, leaving the order behind to find her own way in life. Her loyalty to our cause is only matched by her divine beauty. True, she can be a touch arrogant at times, but I always feel safe when she's around, like she's a rock I can cling to. I think I already read hers. I'm Lindsay, the author of the book you, my dear reader, hold in your hands. I once studied at the Academy of the Arts in Pitax, but I decided that a real bard doesn't belong within the suffocating walls of some school. I instead set off to find a hero, one worthy of being praised throughout the ages. And that's how I came to chronicle Wishbone's journey to the Stonelands and all that happened afterward. In that case, I'd say to not worry about having to pick a must-have spell on your main character. Well, part of the reason why I was trying to devise a character like that was if I was to play the unfair difficulty, getting past the tutorial is brutal. Because everything does double damage. The rogues in the starting tutorial area have a +11 to hit, and you're stuck with Lindsay and Tortuccio to get through the first 2 fights, which consist of 3 rogues and 2 rogues respectively. Your companions will cover most of the spells in the game. Yeah, but the hard part is getting past the tutorial. If I can't get past the tutorial, there's no way I can do the unfair difficulty. And I mean like unfair difficulty with Iron Man mode. Whatever they call it in this game. What do they call it in this game? Las Alzanti. So that's the hard part. I think the tutorial area is probably like the hardest part of unfair difficulty so far. I haven't seen outside of that difficulty yet, so... But trying to min-max the AC is probably like going to have to be the most important part of an unfair run. So that's why I'm kind of doing the math now. Unfair is not a normal game. You will probably require heavy cheese. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out the AC thing as along the way here. And cheese is usually pets as ablative armor. No, yeah, I remember that one. What I plan to do, if I can get to the outpost, because I think you talk to that one person in the from Pathfinder Society, and start hiring mercenary recruits specifically designed to, to whatever group composition I need. That's the word I was looking for. Composition. Now, ideally, I wouldn't mind using the pre-made characters if I can fit them into the the design of the composition. But we'll see. Okay, so anyways. Yeah, Tower Shield Specialist. Oh, well, if you're building mercs, that is another matter. In that case, you'll want to not level up so that you can hire them for cheap as level 1s. But you have to get past the attack on the fort, huh? How expensive are they? I can possibly get away with using whatever characters that come with me from the stronghold or the banner. The normal unfair cheese is that you take a level in your companions that give you a pet. Wait, can I level up these guys and leave my character unlevel and still get the level 1 characters? Is it based off my level or the party's level? Well, anyways, I'll just level these guys up. Here, let me work on the ones. So she's gonna go... I think it's on the main character level, but I never make mercs in the main campaign. Okay. I'll just keep to her those skills. So she can go... What would give her a pet? These don't give her pets, right? She gains a +1 comfort bonus on attack rolls and throw weapon attack rolls. Bonus to attack rolls, reckless stance, attack rolls, but upon its penalty AC. Basically, Amiri here would have a level in Druid or one of the subtypes that get a pet, like Cleric with Animal Domain, Inquisitor subtype with pet, etc. Barbarian gains +10 enhancement bonus. The base increases that. Now this is... this bonus increases by +1 for every barbarian. This is a stance rage power, so she has to be raging to get this. Same with Valerie, probably a level in Phase Speaker Druid for a pet. Now the pet, well, here's the thing, is that the pet, unless you start leveling up that character solely on... I personally stick to pure classes and stop at hard difficulty. Well, the thing is, like, the pets are only as good as the character's class. So unless I start only leveling them in those classes, then yeah. I have to figure out like what the bonuses are. I have to look at the attack rolls. And try to calculate, get a close estimation of like, okay, so if their attack rolls are this on challenging difficulty, I should expect them to be this on unfair difficulty, so that by the time I get to this point, I need to have my ACs looking around this point. Now, I would say that, I mean, there is the perk, there is the feat that gives a +3 levels to the animal companion to the max of your character level. So you can kind of use that to kind of buff it a little for the levels that you don't have in those classes. Pets are pretty good, can be buffed, and unlike companions, if they die, you can refresh them with a resting. Yeah. What about summons, though? Now, I was looking at some of the spell casting, and it says that summons last 1 round per spell level. So at level 1, it lasts for 1 round, which means they get 1 attack, 1 full round attack, I guess, and just disappear. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like they must really suck because they last for 1 round. They might hit, they might get attacked, and then they're gone. And you're like, oh, what should I do next? It's only until you're like maybe level 5. No, you know what? I'll say 3 rounds is okay. That would survive, that will endure the duration I'm talking about. Most of 1 combat. So level 3 and beyond, that's when summons start becoming useful. But early on, it seems like they suck. The summons monster line of spells is meh in what you get. But there's feats that increase the duration or number summon. That's probably what I would look into. A summoner that just spams summons so that it kind of like builds a lot of fodder. And then I can have reach weapon warriors like Amari to kind of like hit things from behind the front line of pit bulls and war dogs to get those hits in. As the animals. Now, do the summons have the bonuses of the difficulty, or do they just have the regular bonuses? That's the next question. They probably don't have the bonuses. The summon undead isn't bad for clerics, but they are more meat shields that quickly get squashed. So they die easily. Wait, which one is... So do they make good meat shields or bad meat shields? Which one's better meat shields? You obviously want better meat shields. They probably like I probably won't look to them. Hey Totem, what's up? I probably won't look to them for for doing damage. It would be nice if they do land a hit, but the summon did. Yeah. So let's see here. On unfair, I suspect anything you summon is going to die in nanoseconds. It depends. Okay, so yeah, it depends on what's attacking, how many are attacking. I have to calculate it, but their only purpose is to eat attacks long enough for either I get all my buffs up or get into position to do damage, or just if it eats a natural 20, it's done its job. If I can summon a kobold and it takes a natural 20 critical hit that does double damage, and you see it explode, it done its job. Like, I don't care. If it does that, it was worth the summon. Because if my character takes a natural 20, they're probably dead either, as well. But animal companions aren't good unless you level up that class that has that animal companion. So I guess you can just run a band of druids if you really wanted to. You can run your own druidic circle. That's the build, right? The druidic circle build of rangers and druids and barbarians. Do barbarians get a animal companion? I think they do, right? Well, anyways, before I keep yammering on, not everything attacks on one enemy at a time, maybe do, but some will have cleave, or AoEs, or ignore the fodder entirely and hug your backline wizard. Well, if you have a line of dogs, they have to get through the dogs before they can reach the wizard. But we'll see how it all plays out. The wizard probably should just drink a potion of invisibility. I'm kind of torn. You know what? I'll just go with Swiftfoot. I'm being indecisive here, and I'm taking too long. Yeah, okay. No, not always. Some enemies will ignore provokes of opportunity and beeline your backline. I have to see how much, like, if you can make a real line of enemies, or, you know, summons or whatever. They can't, like, they go around if they can go around, right? But if you can just jam a hallway with creatures, now that isn't common, but when they do, it's brutal. Fair enough. Make her a monk. Anyways, let's see here. Yeah, we need someone with these skills anyways. Trickery. I don't need her for persuasion. She does the cooking. What skill is based off cooking here? Maybe world knowledge for cooking? I don't know. Cooking is world knowledge? Okay. Now, maybe we'll make her stealthy. We don't have a stealth character yet. All knowledge checks are useful, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what's so hard, right? Like, I can't give up this. Maybe not use magic device and just go further into stealth. And then I can do skill focus. Wait, she doesn't have perception, does she? No. I mean, she could, but she doesn't. I make Lindsay a perception plus persuasion monkey for Act 1. You really don't want to miss things. Well, my character has persuasion. That's why I don't really need her to do it. I guess I could have her do it. Oh, and also trickery monkey. Poor girl. Yeah, she's... Well, I mean, she's a bard. She's supposed to be a skill monkey. You know, I have thought about it. Because I've been looking at Canny Observers like, well, they'll make her a good watch. But then she's not going to be the watch because she'll be cooking. You know, like she has too many jobs. So she's not going to be a perception character. I mean, perception for other events, I suppose. But who has the best perception in our group?
Together we stand.
I think my character would, right? Where the hell is it? Characters, abilities. Well, if I was proficient in it, she would have the best perception. Yeah, I take Canny Observer at 2, Deceitful at 3, and Persuasive at 5. That gets her per skill checks to be around plus 18. Is this a class skill? I don't even know. Let's see, if I was to do that, it's not a class skill. If I was a fighter, it's not a class skill still. Damn it. Jatho is also a good perception monkey. I don't know. Now, I probably should focus her to do other things. This ability allows the character to move at full speed using stealth skill without penalty. Maybe that's useful. Or I can just go focus stealth. Most skill checks use whoever is best in your party, but a few are made by the main character only. Yeah, that's the rough part. That's kind of why I want my main character to have persuasion, is because if I have to persuade someone and only the main character is allowed to make the persuasion, then big one being persuasion. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, God, I don't want to play a character that isn't persuasive, because you're the leader. You have to be persuasive, I guess. All right. I think I liked Touch of Gracelessness. Now, here's something I just realized. This is not a bad spell because there is a save throw, but you still get some dex penalty. So you get Touch of Gracelessness. It's a touch spell. Standard action with a single touch. That's the kicker though. You have to get in touch range. But if you can touch a graceless someone and then cast grease in the area just to make it harder for them to make the saves, that would be fun. I could give her Vanish. 1 round per level. Not a fan. Lindsay has better things to do than knocking off a couple points of dex. No, yeah, I just thought that would be an interesting combination, was to cast Touch of Grace and then use Grease. I have been looking at that. It calls Shaken, right? Oh, but then you need good persuasion, huh? Is that a standard action or what? What action is Demoralize? -2 to hit and save throws. You see, I was confusing it with 2nd edition Pathfinder, which is a minus to all rolls. Frighten. But you can also be using her to cast Daze. Oh, wait, I'm not on her.
Just letting the ink dry.
Demoralize. The DC of this check is equal to 10 plus the target's hit dice plus the target's wisdom modifier. If you are successful, the target is shaken for 1 round. This duration is increased by 1 round for every 5 for which you beat the DC. Daze is also really good in Act 1. You can only threaten an opponent this way if it is within 30 feet and clearly see you. Using Demoralize on the same creature only extends the duration. It does not create a stronger fear. So that's another way to, in a roundabout way, to increase your character's AC is by lowering their attack. That's the alternate route. But on unfair difficulty, you're talking about a character that also has a +5 to all their stats. So not only does she... I mean, Persuasion, it's a skill. So she might be able... I actually like that. Let's try it out. Let's test it. This run is for testing out how we're going to survive unfair difficulty. It doesn't have to be perfect on this run, but we need to fine-tune it to where it will be. So we do want Persuasion. I still want the Stealth. And we'll go a point into World over Arcana, because that's her cooking skill. So if we do Persuasion, it was Persuasion, right? Feather Step. This retreat causes fear. This part, I'm not sure what to really get her. Hideous Laughter. I mean, it's... Grease, Hideous Laughter, Vanish are big spells. I was looking at Vanish. It'll last for 2 rounds, but it might get her out of combat if things go south. And she'd be the furthest one from combat. Sleep is strong, but yeah, if this was like Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, well, just Baldur's Gate 1, wait, Baldur's Gate 2 is too high level. Baldur's Gate, 2nd edition, Icewind Dale, sleep is great because leveling up is slow in those games, so you get a lot of use out of sleep, but it feels like, wow, once you get here, I think everything's level 2 and up, right? So at best you can affect 2. Remove fear is important, but is available to clerics and from scrolls. Yeah. Alright, well, that's that. We'll keep pushing her down her class. She has a point in athletics. Honestly, I feel the points in athletics is kind of a waste if her tower shield gives her such huge penalties. Let's look at this real quick. So if she has -6 from armor, -10 from the tower shield, we're looking at -16 her skills. She's never going to succeed at an athletic check. Never. Now, even with the level ups, let's see here, -3 penalty, reduced by 3. The benefit increases every 4 levels. So 3, 6, 9. At 4, it's gone. I mean, yeah, at level 15, the penalty's finally gone. But God, all the skill checks that she would have failed from then to now, or from now to then, would be, what's the point? I'm sure she will appreciate that. Only if you take the armor off. What is her dex? You mentioned that earlier, that her dex doesn't utilize... That's 13. I mean, leather armor is the lightest she can go without having a check penalty. But then what's the point? Just take the damn shield. Just give her a regular shield at that point. How much is this giving? This is -1. If you moved her stats around, 15 strength, 19 dex would be a good tower shield specialist. That's what I was kind of thinking. Well, maybe not the 19 dex. If she is going to go all the way to level 20 as a tower shield specialist, yeah. Because with full plate armor, you get a +5 max dex. So you can have up to 20 dexterity to get as high as AC as possible. That's if you don't want to have spells to buff your stats, your AC with. But again, like I said, Bark Skin and Shield of Faith can be cast by someone else. That becomes a +3 minus +5 +7 +9. Oh, it's a +2? Hold on, I'm gonna read that again. Oh, it's +2. So it's actually, it grows faster with the Tower Shield Specialist, huh? So if I was to go Tower Shield Specialist, I would get the Dex bonus at level 3 already. At 5th level, the Tower Shield Specialist employs the Tower Shield. It doesn't, and I can get rid of, well, if I go to level 5, I can get rid of the penalty. That's the biggest part, though, is the penalty to attack rolls. It kind of sucks. Is there a +5 Tower Shield in the game? So you also need good strength to carry all the full plate and Tower Shield. Well, my character is... I'm going to put all my stat increases in strength. So by the time we get to level 20, her strength should be 20. There's good Tower Shields, but they are fairly late in the game. I need to move the character's portrait face higher up. It doesn't match. It doesn't line up with everybody else's. And it needs to be a little zoomed in a bit more. But anyways, yeah, because at level 13, Cleric, I'll cast level 7 spells. So I only need 17 Wisdom to cast level 7 spells. So my Wisdom's already where it needs to be. Then I can increase my Strength to 20 to get the best attack and damage. And hopefully bear the weight of all my equipment by then. Of course, I can get full plate and a Tower Shield really early. But if I have 2 Tower Shield Specialists, then it's even less likely to find 2 really good Tower Shields, huh? Okay, enough dancing around it. Let's do Tower Shield Specialist. Alright, I got 2 points. I was going to go Mobility and Persuasion, so I can get to level 3 Mobility for the Fight Defensively perk. And now I get a skill point, or a skill point, a feat. I can pick armor focus for more AC. But if I go shield wall and have her always next to Valerie, and she picks shield wall for her level 2, if your ally is wielding a heavy shield or a tower shield, your bonus increases by 2. So I get +3 for standing near Valerie while we both have shield wall. You keep these bonus even if your ally loses his shield bonus due to making a shield bash attack. If an adjacent ally with this feat uses a tower shield to grant total cover, you also benefit at... Hold on. You also benefit if an attack targeting you passes through the edge of the shield. Oh, I guess if they attack near her or something? I don't know. That sounds like... You know what? That's what we're gonna get shield wall for Valerie and Wishbone. I just feel like it's a waste to put points in athletics for her. She has points in religion. She used to be a cleric. Then let's give her perception. She can stand watch. Or I can give her mobility so she can have the fight defensively perk as well. She doesn't get many good choices here. If I wanted her to serve a purpose in the group, I guess religion. There's no one else that's religious for... Oh, my character. But I don't put my points into it, unfortunately. Alright, so we go shield wall.
Give the order.
So if I
Let us
put
not
these two
hesitate.
together... Does it show the AC? I probably have to be in combat for it to activate, huh? Actually, I can wear this now. +24 AC. So let's see, +2 from Dex, +1 from Deflection, +6 from Chainmail, +4 from Tower Shield, +1 from Shield Focus. I have a slightly better AC than Valerie. Okay, we chewed the fat along on this one. The normal idea is to level Persuasion and get Dazzling Display fairly early. Hold on, did I miss anything? Okay, no, that's... Dazzling Display for who? Is that a fighter ability or the bard? Valerie, she can't do much else. I see. Take that, you scoundrels. Oleg shakes his fist. But now. He scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away. A plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now what we do? He sighs heavily. If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. Anyone. Weapon focus. Dazzling display. It's an AoE demoralize. Ooh. So I should... Maybe I can do that for Lindsay then. I think that would be better use of Lindsay's skill. I mean, she has the higher persuasion. Valerie's not going to catch up to it. And she's better off just defending in the front line anyways. He noticed a fair-haired woman approach. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay inside. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry you arrived to our trading post turned out so unwelcoming. I saw someone run out of the trading post. Do you know who that was? That must have been Bakken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for him. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. Tell me more about yourself. Surely there are more important things to discuss. Well, alright. We're just honest people who came from Restov. We mixed up the old fort to house travelers and give merchants a place to trade with the locals. We also deal with the occasional huntsman in the area. What does any of this matter? When those bandits come back, they'll either drain us dry or just kill us. Oleg, I'd like to see your goods. Don't know what good trading will serve if those bloodsuckers come back and take everything, but alright, have a look. Boy, he's really a negative Nancy, huh? Are any of these I want? Oh, wait, no, keep that. The scroll of raised dead is important. I don't see myself actually using it. Maybe the scrolls of cure light, but oh, that's a cure moderate. All right, we'll hold on to them, but I don't really see me using the blessed one. And I'm trying to afford the full plate armor. Shield of Faith, that could be useful. Another bless. Wait. Composite longbow. I can, if I want to do a frontline thing. You don't use bless? I use it from a cleric. Usually when I go after the trading post, I go to the temple and I take Harem. What's his name? Harem? The dwarf cleric from Tartusio. So I have someone that casts bless real soon afterwards. I use bless, trust me, I do. Harem. It's nice having extra scrolls for things. Well, if you're at a point where you need to start casting from scrolls, you probably stayed out too long. Free up their spells slots for better spells? Well, maybe. Depends on what level 1 spells you want to have instead. Healing spells, that's always important. I'll definitely don't mind keeping those. Damn, that space is expensive. I only have 1,000, which is not enough to buy the full plate. I need 1,500. I could just jump to half plate. That's not good enough, though. Oof. What am I using? Bardarchi? I don't need this. I'm not going to use it. I got chainmail. This is... I'll lose the dex, so it wouldn't matter. Full plate is really the only option to improve my AC. Alright, looking at you. You have 13 decks, right? So, same thing for her. Full plate's the only way to improve her AC. Now she's the only one with decent athletics, so I don't want to cripple it with high armor check penalties. You said a Bardarchi, if I'm saying that. I could give that to her. And then her AC wouldn't get hit too much. Bardish. There you go, thanks. Like, quiche. What is it? Like, is it French? Why this one in particular? It's a D8. Master Earthbreaker. What is this? 2 feet reach. Damn. A 2d6 damage? That's interesting. It's a two-hander. Elven Curve Blade, Istock. Reach with 19 to 20 crit range. What about this one? 18 to 20 crit range. Glaives is ×3 crit range. Yeah. She's just not trained in it, unfortunately. Exotic. Okay, that's why. It's just a matter of flavor. If you want more crits or more damage. Quarterstaff, rapier, size, scimitar, scythe, short spear, short sword, sickle, sling staff, spear, starch, knife, tangi, trident, warhammer. +1 scimitar. 2-bladed sword. I forgot about those. Alternate is enlarge on Amiri for mini fights. More damage, even more awful AC. Well, as long as she... I mean, there's archers, right? But... yeah. Oh boy, there are other archers. Yeah, I know. Maybe we should just give her a protection from armor, arrow spell. Now, if I really wanted to negate her check penalty, I'd just give her leather armor. Let's see here. Studded has a -1. I could lower her armor class by 1 and just take a -1 penalty. That's actually not a bad trade-off if you really care about the athletic check. Now the question is, who should have the scrolls? She can cast it herself, so maybe I'll... oh, she can't use it. Okay, so the only person really can use it is her. No one else can use the scrolls. Damn it. Oh, I forgot to give her a bow. Hold on. Damn, now I'm not even close to having that full plate. Let's see, I'm using a Masterwork Light Mace. She is using a Masterwork Bastard Sword. She got Masterwork Bardish. And she has a dagger, which is not important. She's not there for her firing ability. Shallan's Embrace. Okay. Oh, you know what? That does have a... Well, she has a pretty good stealth check, so it's not going to be a big deal. Alright, let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they and when will they arrive? Oleg waves his hand sullenly. Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang, that's who. These lands teem with bandits like bugbears in the beggar's hut. And you just stirred them up. Or bedbugs, not bugbears. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they'll return in full force in a day, half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. Tell me as much as you know. How many bandits are there? What do you want? Or what do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come, take what they want, and steal the better part of our money every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gate so we couldn't try to hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many they are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 come. Sometimes it's a whole gang. I'd have shown them what for long ago, if not for Svetlana. They claim they were collecting taxes. Why? For the Stag Lord and his cronies, of course. The Stag Lord fancies himself a king in these parts. He may have antlers for crown, but all the troublemakers around here are happy to follow his orders as long as they're paid. So they charge an arm and a leg as taxes, and they call their execution punishment for treasons, even those who never swore allegiance to the Stag Lord. They killed fast, if they're lucky. If not, Oleg looks at Svetlana. Dev, why don't you go start supper while we finish our talk? I've no need to be protected from dark talk. I'm not so blind kidding, you know. I've seen what they do to people. Svetlana lowers her head. Most of the gang is made up of simple bandits, but there are few monsters among the leadership, especially those close to the Stag Lord. Ox and Dovin from Nisroch come to mind. They like to make a show of their tortures and execution. My husband and I, we saw the bodies. You have nothing to fear. I'll help you deal with the attack. Well, I appreciate your good intentions. I may not have the best manners, but Oleg Levinton is the last name you hear accused of being ungrateful. If we manage to defend this post, I'll reward you proper. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now, we also need to decide on a plan. Go ahead and look around. There may be some tools that can be used for the battle. There are some pretty solid traps around. Some tar and a box of alchemist fire, looks like. Alchemist fire. We can put it by the gate. Light it off with a burning arrow when those bandits are nearby. But that would set the post on fire, Oleg shouts, surprised. Well, maybe if we covered the walls with something to protect them. Alright, yes. I think it would work. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be good with the crossbow back in my day. Alright, I'll go look around. Think of the best way to use the tar traps. Alright, soon as you're finished, let us know. And don't leave the post. The bandits could return any time. Alright, you notice some good steel traps in the box. Use the traps to help catch the bandits. There seems to be tar. Spill the tar near a trading post entrance to help slow down the bandits.
Let us press on. Godspeed.
What's this? The old well has been renovated and cleaned. It even has a new roof.
I will guide us.
Heavy crossbow. That might actually be better for Lindsay. A frail, disheveled old man wearing a stained and tattered robe gives you a gloomy look. I'm Bakken, local herbalist. What brings you here? Tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. Bakken sighs. I live in the forest, live off the land. Since leaving Rostov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here in Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in out of kindness, help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and occasionally a barrel of honey. They're good people. We could use your help fighting the bandits. Where is this coming from? You want an old man like me to fight? Here, take this potion. Consider that my help in your fight. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg. Maybe more. Help us get rid of them for good. Bakken scratches his head, then hums to himself and puffs his chest up. Well, all right. I'll show those troublemakers. They'll learn better than to chase an old man around. Someone might even write up some verses about me. Maybe even heroic ones. Lindsay gives you a worried glance, then turns to Bakken. Please be careful. Go ahead and help, but leave the heroics to us, you hear? We'll talk later. Let's see, I think that's everything. Alright, let's wait for attack. Fear not, I'll stand between you and the scum. You're under my protection. Finally a fight. Was bored with all the talking. Amiri flexes her shoulders. Well, these aren't the heroics I was hoping to write about, but I guess even the greatest heroes had to start somewhere. I see you're not easily cowed. I beg you, be careful, and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. Svetlana, go hide inside. We're going to go meet our guests. 6 hours and 40 minutes later. Kobo's ate. What did he say?
Not an option.
Damn, you get a lot. Damn, he did a lot of bear trap. Kobolds eat me alive. What is this? Okay, that's what he said. I was like, I thought he was gonna say something like, kobolds shot, ate my sweet roll or something, like some passive NPC in Skyrim. I might as well get into position.
Stay behind me.
You deserved it.
Oh god! What did he do to this guy? Damn, we didn't take damage. So let's look at our AC. What does it look like? It's not showing. Let's see, can we get the Bennett attack? Oh, she's attacking. Oh my. Guy got decimated. Jesus Christ. And miss. Okay, so what? My armor class is 27. Yeah, I'm getting +3 from... No, +2 from the shield wall. I think. Okay. So shield wall, I thought it was going to be +3 because it said the bonus increases by +2. I thought that's what it said. Yeah, it says increases by +2. If it said increases to +2, that would be accurate. But anyways, it doesn't matter. 27 is pretty insane. I don't think they have a chance to hit. +2 attack bonus. Oh my god. Yeah, he had 5% chance, obviously, with the natural 20. But yeah, we are just a juggernaut of armor to them. Okay. As he gargles down blood. Okay. You loot everybody? Damn, he killed 4 people with that attack. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fists in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserve. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. And our Bakken here taught them a thing or two as well. Now, my lady, head on up to the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. You deserve some rest after such a battle. I need to clean things up. And this is for your efforts. Now, don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If that were more common practice in this world, I think life would be so much better. What did he give us? Fish? Trout? I get the cape, of course. Oh, he gave us 100 gold. Okay. What did I want to look at? Like, we took no damage. That's insane. I wasn't expecting that. We're a really good build here. But we're moving really slow now. Yeah, we're way over. We can get this stuff later.
Applause, please.
Ooh, look at that. We're just robbing these people of their riches. Oh, that's the stash, right? You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnatural thick fog that surrounded you. Slowly moving closer and closer, a quick look out the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. Considering I'm a acolyte of Shaylin, glad my adventure begins with such a beautiful sight.
Beauty is so tender. It can so easily be crushed under the blows of cruel fate. But you can save it from being undone.
Sparks light up and fade in the nymph's huge eyes. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
What do you want from me?
Aid, salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon, even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
Alright, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger. But our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears. Let's see what the journal has to say. Let's see here. Amadi Aldori said that we have no more than 3 months to conquer the Stolen Lands. That sounds like more than enough, but we should still be mindful of the passing time. What a mess. While we were resting at the trading post, our leader suddenly stared into empty space, moving her lips as if she were talking to someone. And then she said she knows where the bandits who attacked the trading post are camped. We never find the Stag Lord's fortress in all this ominous fog that blankets the area, but if we track down this gang, we'll be able to follow their trail. Off we go. We can find shelter and go get fresh information about bandits at the trading post of a certain Oleg Leviton. Let's get there. We seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. The fight at the trading post only made the bandits angry, and soon a whole gang will be there. Jamandi Aldori made it clear that keeping this trading post safe is one of the conditions for receiving the Baron's title. So we have to protect this place and its people no matter what it takes. When the danger was past, we decided to get some rest on the second floor of Oleg's trading post. We'll deal with the Stag Lord and his thugs once we're refreshed and ready. The Norm sorcerer Tortusio, our leader's rival for the Baron's coronet, is wandering somewhere in the Stolen Lands. He is cunning, dangerous, and definitely preparing something nasty for us. One way or another, we must defeat him. Our daring Wishbone and the insidious sorcerer Tortusio received a special task from Jamandi Adori, a chance to claim their own barony, but only one of them may prevail. We must seek Tortusio out in the Stolen Lands and find out what our rival is busy with. Actually, is there anything I need to... Oh, we'll figure it out later. A halfling girl with tousled hair wearing a dusty traveler's outfit sits chewing a tip of her quill. Just a moment. How should I put this? Oh, I know. She scribbles something quickly in a notebook scrawled with verse, raising her eyes and gives you a bright smile. Oh, hi. You come from Pitox, right? Tell me about it. Oh, I love Pitox, even though they kicked me out. A joyful place. What is life in Pitox like? Actually, Patox has always been one huge nest of thieves, bandits, river pirates, smugglers, fences, card sharps. It's always been home for the likes of them, but that was more of Iravoti becoming king. With him, a whole different life began there. That was before Iravoti. Iravoti always wanted to make history, but not as another bandit with a crown, though that's exactly what he is. He wanted to be glorified through the centuries as a great patron of the arts, so he built the Academy of Grand Arts, and spent lots of gold to assemble the best artists, poets, and musicians. Of course, the very best ones refused to go, but he got what he wanted in a way. If Patox was once a booze barn of thieves, now it's a cabaret. What do you know of King Iravoti? He won his crown in a game of cards, which says he as such about Patox as it does about him. He's fiendishly clever. Some cheats I know told me that from the moment he appeared, he started pulling off some scheme that the old city masters just scratched their heads. With him in charge, gold flooded into Patox. And also, he's increasingly unimaginably, fantastically decadent and conceited. He's a hedonistic, rather. Getting drunk with whores at a pub, that's not Lord Iravoti's style. Oh no, he aims bigger, dressing up like a male Calistria with a golden codpiece, Jesus, and holding a 3-week orgy with dancing on the rooftops, parades, public executions, and a contest for the best ode to the great unrivaled king. That's more like it. He also likes singing, and he orders his guards to make the citizens gather for his shows. May Shaylin have mercy on his listeners. Damn, this guy knows how to party. Tell me about the academy you studied at. You know, jokes aside, I'm thankful to Iravoti for building it, but he has no taste. At all. Whatsoever. He likes his arts loud, bright, grandiose, and most importantly, glorifying his royal highness. He kicked out the best charcoal artist because he didn't wish to spend money on gray scribbles. He sacked a masterful flute player from Tianxia for playing too quietly, and instead ordering them to put open a kettle drum class. He even ordered the academy to expel me, and for what? An innocent limerick. Would you like to go back to the academy and finish your studies? I'd like to return, but on one condition. If they threw out 3/4 of the professors who teach there now, and returned all the ones who they banished. If you ask me, I'm proud to have been expelled. If my art was to Iravoti's liking, then I would have reason to be ashamed. Alright, let's talk about something else. Tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? Where are you from? I'm from all over. I was actually born in Galt, in such a tiny village that it's not even on the maps. If it weren't for my teacher, I'd still be living there. Milking goats, weeding turnips, swilling home brew, having babies, and using books only as kindling. Who was your teacher? He's a true saint. He was once an important person in the capital, at a church of Shailin. But he got in trouble with the authorities and went on a self-imposed exile to the tiniest, most godforsaken, priestless village he could find, the one I was born in. He turned to an open school, but the villagers wouldn't let him. He wanted to open a school, but the villagers won't let him. You can heal us all you like. You can heal all you like, but no putting any ideas into our children's heads. It only distracts them from their work. But he did teach me on the sly. He taught me how to read, how to write, and he gave me books, poems, legends. He was the one who told me about the Archknights of Aviston. And when I told him I was going on a journey, he gave me a magic ring so that Shailin would protect me from harm. I haven't seen him since I ran away from home. I hope he's alright. I ask Shaylin every day to grant him a long life and new students. The Arknights of Aveston. Who are they? Oh, you haven't heard of them? How can you be a heroine without knowing one of the most epic stories in the history of stories? No, I won't spoil anything. You should just read about them yourself. Every single chapter, their adventures, are what gave me the idea of going on a heroic quest and writing about it to begin with. And now, look at me. Here I am, on a heroic quest. How did you become a bard? When I realized there was nothing for me to be at home besides more radish patches, I decided to run away. Traveling book peddler, Tessie the Quill, happens across our village. Well, I stuck to her like a burr, and I wouldn't let go until she agreed to take me as an apprentice. Together we traveled everywhere, to Brevor and Taldor, and even Ostolov. And then I found out about the Academy of Grand Arts in Patox, and I thought, well, I love reading stories, so I can surely learn to write them too. I enrolled on my first try, and they even gave me a scholarship. Then they expelled me, but that's okay. They already taught me all the important stuff, and now, with Shaylin's help, I can manage on my own. Do you worship Shaylin? Yes, not to offend the other gods, but she's the most important of them all. All the other gods guard the world as it is, but only the eternal Rose, the goddess of beauty, calls us the world as it should be. You worship her too, right? I'm so happy to hear that. For some reason, I think the leader following her call has the chance to create something beautiful in their lands, even with such lackluster material as the stolen lands. Why are your clothes so messy? Okay. Lindsay waves her hand carelessly. Forget it. I can't waste money on looks. I'd rather buy books instead. In 100 years, when people are reading my works, they aren't going to ask whether the author had holes in her sleeves. Alright, let's talk about something else. Tell me about that book you're writing. What is there to tell? You've seen some of my rough drafts already, haven't you? It's a book about you and your adventures. I'm writing the whole truth just as it happens. Well, the whole artistic truth. You know, no glory, no story. Why are you writing it? What's the point? When I was at the academy, Aelbald the Insightful began his literature course with the question, "What is a person?" And he answered, "A person's a storytelling animal. Our world does not consist of things, all these woods, seas, and cities. It consists of stories about those things, the stories we tell to ourselves, to each other. Just think about it. Centuries will pass, and there will be no me and no you. All your subjects will be long gone. But you and I will live on in people's memories and influence their deeds, thanks to this very book." No offense, but your command of language is not that good. Jesus. I'll skip that one. Your book is full of inconsistencies. Well, yes, I can admit that. Sometimes one has to bend a few details for the sake of dramatic effect. It's called poetic truth. I write about everything as I saw it, with my own eyes, even parts of the adventure that I wasn't around for. But I do always carefully question everyone who was with you at the time. Think of it as a general picture. In the end, you're the heroine of this book, and I'm just the storyteller. So, what kind of character am I? Truth be told, I was a little afraid of meeting a real hero. In books, they're all protectors of the weak and poor, but what about in real life? But you erase all my fears with two shakes of a tail. You're a true heroine, just like the legends. My new fear is that in 100 years, my readers will say that people like you never existed, but I'm writing the truth. How do you feel about me reading your work in progress? Well, those are only drafts, but of course you're welcome to read them. Just keep in mind that even if you don't like what I write about, I won't change a single letter, so don't even ask. As long as you write the truth, I have no objection. Write whatever you wish. I doubt you will defame me, or for whatever matter, overpraise. Write whatever you wish. It's your right. but I shall decide if your book is allowed on my list. I will be remembered for my deeds, not for your book. I have no interest in censorship. Any stories about me are welcome as long as it's interesting. Sure, I like that one. No, I am not going to make up any fiction about you. And why would I? I wouldn't be able to invent half of the adventures you keep getting yourself into. Alright, let's talk about something else. Tell me about your friendship with Tessie the Quill. What's there to say? The books woke my urge to travel, but it was only thanks to Tessie that I managed to really get out of my village. At first, Tessie tried in vain to get rid of me, but later, when I told her I was staying in Patox, she even shed a tear. I wonder where she is now. What's to do with the ring you're always wearing on your finger? Ah, this. Lindsay holds her arm for you to get a clearer view of the ring. It was a gift from me from my first teacher. It's magical, imbued with the power of Shaylin, no less. When I get myself in trouble, it transports me to a safe spot. So, please don't be angry with me if I suddenly disappear from a fight. I'll wait for you here. Promise. Leave and do not return. Alright, have to go. Just don't leave without me, of course. I could just write whatever you tell me, but if I wanted to stay cooped up in a dusty room, I'd still be sleeping through lectures in the academy. Boy, that was a mouthful. Svetlana. Good day. I hope you're feeling all right after the battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. What do you want to ask me? Svetlana lowers her head. This is a very personal request, and maybe not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no. But the first time the Stag Lord thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring. Just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Oleg came to me, the ring in hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something, or that I'd say something stupid and everyone around would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandits' possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits, there's a dark-haired woman who wields dual axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel. But please, I beg you, show her mercy if you have a chance. So I'm curious what that is about. Why she knows this person specifically, and she wants her spared. So there's got to be a story behind that. I'll be happy to help, Svetlana. Svetlana nods. I'm so grateful for your help. Tell me about yourself. How did you and your husband find the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? It was Oleg's idea, though I supported him in it. We didn't realize how dangerous it was here, of course. In Restov, everyone respects the sword lords, and everyone accustomed to relying on them. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi would be enough to fend off a street thug or some other trouble. It could maybe even work in some places here, but not with the Stag Lord's men. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the Stolen Lands into his personal kingdom, a kingdom of fear and oppression. It'll be a kingdom of lawlessness once I've dealt with the Stag Lord. Your life will improve. No, it would be a kingdom of lawlessness. Once I dealt with the Stag Lord, your life will improve. I like adventures, but I definitely prefer the ones that involve stopping villains and helping people. I can't thank you enough for the hope you've given me. But please be careful. The Stag Lord is extremely dangerous. I have to go. Farewell. Okay. As I steal your supplies. Alright, let's talk to Oleg. Greetings. Oleg seems to be in a good mood and greets you warmly. You certainly ruffle those villains' feathers. Well, anyways, a new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Rostov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. I couldn't see anything through the soup. Not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumor says he deals with all kinds of bad magic. Show me your wares. Alright. Nothing's too good for such a good person. Alright, let's sell off the junk. Supplies. Gold trinkets. Gold statuettes. I want to say the rope might be useful for something, but I have a doubts that it's ever going to do anything. Alright, all the rest of the supplies. Damn, we're still carrying a lot of crap. Or is it just me? This is just my carry weight, I think. I don't know. Damn, we're so close. You know what? Let's sell the bracers of armor so I can get the full plate. Oof. What's my armor cost looking like? 26. So next to Valerie, it's 28 with my armor of faith, or my shield of faith. That's, we got 30 AC potentially here. That's pretty powerful. Once I get Barkskin, that's 32. I don't think most things at this stage of the game is to be able to hit me. Does this actually move? That'd be actually interesting to watch it kind of drift around based on my choices. Tell me about yourself. Why open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I just dislike the noise, Oleg answers reluctantly. I'm from Rostov. Cities are complicated. Lots of people, and each with their place on the shelf. Bow before this one, fear this other, don't do business with the third, but be sure to be extra nice with the fourth. Villagers are a little better. Everyone likes to stick their noses into each other's business. I just wanted a place where I could be my own master, and so I ended up here. I need to take care of the Stag Lord. Do you know anything that could help me find him? That's quite a task you set yourself on. The Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are even invited. The location of the fortress is heavily guarded secret, and with this fog hanging around, I'd imagine it would be even harder to find. I suppose you could try to follow the trail of those bandits who attacked the post before. They came from the southwest, from the side of the Thorn River. The fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where you can find information. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know. But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Rostov, tried to warn them that the Stag Lord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him are horrible. He's killed a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars covering every inch of his skin, not covered by his clothes. Stag Lord's past is a mystery. He just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is that he has as many followers who admire him as he has minions who obey him out of fear. He's got some inner strength in him, or maybe an inner madness. There are many who seem to follow him because of that madness, like it was some kind of virtue. We'll speak another time. Farewell. All right. Bakken puts his hands on his hips. Ha! Old Bakken still knows a few tricks to impress those blood-sucking dummies. Enough hiding in the damn bushes, I say. Let's see here. Can I help you in any way? Barking glances at you, suddenly interested. Well, since you asking, there's a cave nearby. I used to pick berries in there, but the place has been overrun by spiders. The berries are red, look a lot like raspberries. Fang berries, I call them. I'd be real grateful if you gathered a basket of them and brought them back. Just to be quick, if you do. They spoil real quickly. Those spiders in the cave are mean. Here, let me give you some alchemist fire. Crafted it myself. Burn those spiders to a crisp. That will teach them for taking over my fangberry cave. I also need a bucket of moon radishes. They're a rare, mysterious plant. I don't know where to find them, but I know the kobolds gather them and value them highly. It's not a huge deal, really. I'll do it myself if I were younger. But if you're willing, I'll pay you. 3 potions for the berries and a purse full of coins for the radishes. Why do you need fangberries and moon radishes, Balkan? You want to know, huh? Well, I'll gladly tell you after you bring me some. Alright, I'll try to help. Balkan glances you at you, hopefully. Just watch out, alright? Don't end up someone's lunch. Alright, time to go. Let's talk to the other companions.
Godspeed.
We're gonna talk, Emery utters with a weary sigh. Alright, spill it, I'm listening. We're just talking, you don't like it? Emery shrugs several times, perhaps flexing her muscle, or maybe just filling in the silence. Don't know. She admits at last, depends what we're going to talk about. If it's about monsters or swords or scars, I approve. That's good. And if you're going to ask questions like why or what for and how, screw this. Emery looks at you overly slowly, head to toe. Or you got even harder ones. That's a formidable sword. It's not just a simple weapon, is it? You bet it's not as simple. Check out how big it is. She proudly raises the blade, and you notice that even though Amiri is extremely strong, she still has difficulty wielding such a large sword. This sword belongs to a real blasted frost giant. I killed the beast and took this looker for myself. Fits me perfect. My damn trophy. Amiri's eyes flash with menace as she Jesus Christ. Amiri's eyes flash with menace as if she's challenging some invisible enemy to try taking away her trophy. Tell me about yourself. Oh, she's gonna love that one. This simple question seems to puzzle Amiri. She scratches her head, then starts counting on her fingers. First, I'm a barbarian. I'm strong. I grew up in the realm of the Mammoth Lords. I left my tribe, the Six Bears. Amiri looks thoughtful at her 4 bent fingers and shrugs. And I like fights, she concludes, bending her thumb. What's it like to be a barbarian in the Six Bears tribe? Ha! Our people are big and strong. We can cut a monster in half with one swing. We can walk 3 days and nights with no rest. We can eat a whole fiend aurochs. Aurochs? I don't know. I guess you had to do a lot of training to become as strong as you are. Training? No one freaking trained me. The boys of the Six Bears got the training. All I do was watch. Amiri's eyes gleam with anger. And you know what? They were still crap even after all the training because I kicked their butts hard. Animals, bandits, monsters, all thought they were stronger than me. Idiots. Amiri spits on the ground. Because if you start a fight, you think you can win? You think you're stronger than the enemy. Amiri raises her chin proudly. I defeated them all. All. See all the scars on my face? What does the realm of the Mammoth Lords look like? Huge and freezing. No place for weaklings. Amiri narrows her eyes, as if evaluating your ability to survive her homeland. Tribes hunt aurochs herds to survive. Aurochs are fast, so tribe follow herds for days just to not die of hunger. If you are weak, you stay behind and die in the snow. Tribe cannot stop. Also, there are giants and mammoths. Sometimes demons come too. And the mastodons. And the saber-toothed tigers, Amiri grins. You could survive, I think. For a few days. Why did you leave the tribe? Amiri flushes. 'Cause they were assholes, all of them. Men were cowards and scoundrels, and women were scared like sheep. Amiri rolls her blood-shot eyes in fury. Men there think no girl can be a fighter, because they are weak. They are afraid of women can beat them. And females just nod, go sew hides, cook meat, watch kids. That's what they always say. But I'm a warrior, damn it. I won't cook hides and watch meat. Wait, you got that backward. And Mary is already shouting, her fists clenching tightly. I told them so. I went hunting with men, and what did I get? Still the same. You are a woman. You stay home. Even gave me a nickname, the Soft Chieftain. Like a warrior woman was a funny joke. Damn, I even went to hunt some shit-faced frost giants, and there, Amiri suddenly stops, breathing heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. After a moment, Amiri waves her hand awkwardly and forces herself to grin. So I left. Cowards, scoundrels, sissies they are. That's why. You're quite a good fighter. Amiri jerks her head up. Quite good, huh? Compared to who? If I was a crappy male, I'd fight better. Is that what you say? She glares at you, her eyes narrow. Or you say I could be better. Like, go get some training, Amiri, right? You're very good in a fight. You're an excellent warrior. I just giving you a compliment, that's all. For several more seconds, Amiri continues to glare at your face with suspicion. Then, all of a sudden, she mellows. True, I fight good. That's what I do best. You're rather rude, you know. Thanks for telling me. Let's talk about something else. I thought we just talked about this, but okay. So why did you leave your tribe? And what's the story about the frost giants? I told you already. They were assholes. They treat women like sheep, not fighters, Amiri frowns. As for giants, I'll tell you later. Someday, maybe. Alright. Talking. When will we do some monster killing instead? Amiri sighs and turns away. So we had a little note there. What did it say? At least I heard some scribbling. There's nothing in here. What was written? What? That doesn't... Nothing... I don't know what was written. I mean, there was scribbling, right? You performed a chaotic good action. I guess that was the scribbling sound. What's this dog? Does it do anything? No? Damn. I was hoping maybe you can do something with the dog. So where's Valerie in all this? Oh, there she is. Greetings, Valerie sighs. Everything is well, I hope. I'm ready for new orders. Tell me about yourself. What exactly would you like to know? I was born to a noble family, though I didn't really remain long on the family estate. My father sent me to the Order of the Eternal Rose, but I left once I realized that it didn't match my principles. Where are you from? What was your childhood like? I was born in Brevo, but in fact, I've never seen much of the country. I spent my childhood on the remote estate owned by my noble family. My family is respectable, philanthropist and benefactor of the Church of Shylin. He's also a renowned private collector and a great admirer of the arts. My mother saw to my education personally. From my earlier years, I learned good manners, how to behave at the dining table and the proper form of words for every occasion. I also learned the differences between true nobles and low-born upstarts, and I learned how to treat each of them properly. Our home was always under the protection of the several paladins of Shaylin. My father has donated a handsome sum to their order. One of them, a man of venerable age with a gray beard, once let me touch his shining armor. I still remember the admiration I felt when I touched the cold, polished steel. Valerie smiles. Of all the memories of my childhood, that one is somehow the warmest one. Why were you sent to the Paladin Order of the Eternal Rose? As you can imagine, from my first days, I was surrounded by crowds of servants and nannies who never stopped praising my heavenly beauty. The Paladins of Shaylin, who used to visit our house, echoed these praises. In the end, general consensus overwhelmed my father's better judgment. When I turned 6, I was brought to the Church of Shaylin, and told that this would be my new home. Don't pity me, though, I beg of you. Many who hear this story immediately assume that my parents were cruel and had no love for their child. Valerie's eyes become stern. My parents had respect for me. They taught me something that has supported me all my life, a sense of self-esteem. Besides, they didn't abandon me. Once every 6 months they would come and visit me at the Order of the Eternal Rose. We had some tea, and then had an hour to walk around the garden. Then they would take their leave, as etiquette demanded. What did they teach you in the Order? A variety of things. Some of them appealed to me. Others I simply couldn't accept. I enjoyed the physical activities and swordsmanship, but the arts, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and so many other ways to waste one's time. Valerie sighs. I guess that's deep in my heart. I always knew I'd never be a true paladin of Shaylin. Wielding a sword always felt more natural to me than handling a paintbrush. Why did you leave the Order? Because of my heavenly beauty, Valerie winces in contempt. According to Shaylin's laws, all art is sacred, whatever form it takes. Severe punishment awaits those who dare harm a painting, sculpture, or poem, no matter how worthless the derivative might be. My looks always attracted unwanted attention from the pilgrims and acolytes at the temple. I received my first poem dedicated to me when I was 9. The author was some wealthy geezer. Valerie's lips thin in contempt. And that was only the beginning. Sculptures, pictures, poems, I was drowning in them. My admirers mobbed me, and I had no respect. And I had to respectfully accept all their garbage. The clerics of the temple were magnanimous, for my suitors made generous offers to the church, but one time, I just snapped. Barely suppressing anger glitters across Valerie's eyes. Some wealthy idiot has dedicated an extremely untalented poem to me, and he had the nerve to write it right to my face, holding my sleeve. The hour was late, and I was on my way to get some rest after a boring lesson of rhymes. I lost control and tore the poem apart, right in front of him. Valerie raises her head proudly. The paladins wanted to impose some punishment upon me. I don't remember which one exactly. They wanted me to repent. Instead, I just gathered my things and left. What did you do after you left the Order? I set out for Rostov, Valerie shrugs. I wanted to get as far away as possible from Shaylin and the destiny everyone seemed so ready to force upon me. Besides, the schools of swordsmanship in Rostov has quite a decent reputation. Honestly, I was hoping for an opportunity to learn from the famous Eldori masters. Eventually, it became clear that their technique wasn't a good fit for me. They teach to avoid impact, whereas I prefer to raise my shield. But my abilities and skills, which I learned at the Order of the Eternal Rose, were enough to make the Sword Lords take an interest in me. They offered me a chance to join the mercenaries who served the Sword Lords, and I accepted. I bet your beauty inspired many people in the Order. Valerie's gaze suddenly becomes cold. And here I'd hoped to avoid the question, she exhaled loudly. Well, let's get this over with, once and for all. You should understand that I am perfectly aware that most races, orders, and genders find me physically attractive. It's beyond my power to change that, but I've never given a potential admirer any reason to start a conversation with me. But it doesn't stop them. After leaving the Order, I took a dagger and cut off the long hair they used to praise. Well, now I get letters praising the beauty of my eyes. It was because of my appearance that I ended up in the Order of the Eternal Rose, though I never wanted to be a paladin. It was because of my beauty that the infinite number of suitors have pursued me, all of them confusing simple politeness with hints of affection. Valerie clenched her fists. But do you know what I really want? I want people to stop treating me like a piece of art. I want them to notice that I'm a person, that I'm capable of something more than smiling for paintings, while I sit wearing a lacy satin dress, holding a basket of peaches in my lap. Is this too much to ask? The last question comes out in a shout, though Valerie doesn't seem to realize. The third one. Whoa. Why all the shouting? It's just a simple question. What's of all your what's become of all your precious self-control? Okay, so there's a gruff way and there's a neutral way. Well, thank you for your honesty. I understand you very well. You are a true friend who I can trust with my life. Considering that they both have shield wall, I think that's an appropriate response. Let's change the subject. You have my attention. I bows politely. Tell me about the way of Shaylin and about her paladins. Shaylin is a goddess of love, beauty, and art. Her paladins are something like armored artists. That's how they like to think themselves, at least. Valerie tries to contain her feelings, but her inner contempt bursts forth. They are fanatical defenders of worthless and artistic paintings and meaningless oppuses, if you care to know my opinion. Forgive me if my words insult your faith, but I am not one to tell polite lies. Okay, I guess as a cleric she would say, you speak of Shaylin with such contempt. What did the goddess of beauty do to earn your anger? She's been trying to ruin my life, Valerie snorts. Shaylin, goddess of everything useless that ever existed in this life. All the beauty in the world, all the art, all the soulless sights in the moonlight. They'll never feed a single family. And I beg you to restrain yourself from offering your own opinion. Trust me, I've heard everything you can tell me, more than once. Nothing and nobody can change my mind. Barry looks at you with suspicion. As for Shaylin, she's the goddess of idlers. I almost joined her prosperous entourage. I'm just glad I was smart enough to denounce her while I still could. You know, I'm half tempted to give her a level up in Paladin as Shaylin as her preferred, faith or something like that. I understand that not every piece of art is good or even decent, but surely there must be at least a few great works among them. Is that what you think? Valerie curves an eyebrow, mocking amazement. Many share that delusion. I was deluded too for a while. Now I consider all works of art useless. People create this garbage because they have nothing better to do. The peasant doesn't paint a picture. He plows the earth to feed his family. The soldier has no time for sculptures. He must defend his homeland. But idlers and slackers have plenty of time to waste, so they smear a canvas with paint and imagine they've done something worthy and valuable. Valerie shakes her head in disapproval. You said that every paladin must practice some kind of art. What kind of art did you pursue? That. I used to embroider, and I still do from time to time. A treacherous blush covers Valerie's cheeks. It's nothing, I assure you. Just a simple task to keep my hands busy and keep the gloomy thoughts at bay. Nothing special. Alright, we're giving her embroiderers. We're just gonna overwhelm her with embroidery. I mean, she likes cross-stitch, stitch, or whatever it's called. What do paladins of Shaylin usually do? They wander around seeking the next pile of garbage, and when they find it, they call it an immortal piece of art and admire it until there's blue in the face. You might not believe this, but the paladins of Shaylin aren't all allowed to slay their enemies if they beg for mercy. Can you guess why? Because a bandit, rapist, or murderer who has been put to the sword will never be able to create something beautiful in the future. So a paladin overpowers her enemy in battle, then inspires him to create a masterpiece. Valerie's face reflects extreme disgust. It might sound hilarious if it weren't true. Plus, all the Shaylin followers are obliged to practice some sort of art in his or her free time. Every single day, no matter what else is going on, even if you're feeling sick or hungry or sleepy. Otherwise, according to their clerics, you lose your connection with the goddess. A preposterous notion, wouldn't you agree? Alright, let's talk about something else. You hater of art. I don't know how Lindsay tolerates you. So, you're an atheist? You don't worship any deity? Right. I need no guidance from above. I have my own good conscience, and my leader's orders to live by. You know, you don't have to follow etiquette and maintain good manners while speaking with me if you don't want to. Oh man, that would just be... Six would just be egging her on. You know, you really are quite beautiful. You are a reliable friend and a worthy ally, but would be a crime to ignore your beauty. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. Alright, we'll do 4. You know, you don't have to to follow etiquette and good manners while speaking with me if you don't want to. I'm aware of that, Valerie sighs, but I'm sure you understand that I am what I am. That's how I was brought up. First by my parents, and then by the mentors of the Order. Besides, I was born to a noble family, Valerie raises her chin proudly, so I rather enjoy the idea that my manner and speech differs a bit from the common language of the peasantry. You just can't imagine how many social climbers have bowed politely the moment I open my mouth. I guess you have plenty of suitors. Valerie rolls her eyes. Sadly, you're right to suppose that. Even here, in these remote lands, one can find offspring of many noble houses, and all of them consider in their duty to kneel before me, begging me to walk with them in their garden. Valerie's voice overflows with contempt. If words were poison, you'd be dying of a horrible death. Oh, and don't forget about the village oafs. They understand the concept of nobility perfectly well, so they realize they'll be punished if they dare make any advances toward me. So they prefer to stare from a distance, drooling. And believe me, I can very well imagine what they discuss in the taverns. Valerie shivers and jerks her shoulders, as if trying to shed the sticky, disgusting stares. You're so eager to follow orders, why? What do you mean, why? Valerie looks at you in bewilderment. I follow your orders. I've joined your campaign because I have faith in you. I believe your intentions to be noble, though things may not always turn out as you have planned. You're a commander. Your orders are law. It's my duty to follow them. Valerie hesitates for a moment. Well, so long as you don't order me to do something that's absolutely dishonorable. But that would never happen, I hope. Alright, I'll talk to you later. As you wish, Valerie nods with dignity. Boy, that was quite the talk, huh? Why is there like this side portion here?
Let us press on.
Oh, I think that's where the buffs are, huh? Okay. Alright, I think we're done hashing out all the chitter chatter. Yeah, I talked to all 3 companions. Okay, we're good to go. Oh, hold on, just want to check. 2 viewers. Alright, cool. Yeah, man. It's been a while since I played an RPG. And I forgot how much talking there is. Not that this is a bad thing. Alright. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, how much is it to hire a Pathfinder Society member? It wouldn't be bad to have a sorcerer or something. A spellcaster. The elf looks straight at you, though the tangled hair falling over her face. Hey, you're an adventurer, right? Seeking your fortune in the Stolen Lands? You aren't the only one with your kind here. Take my advice, keep your eyes open and watch your back. Sometimes the ones who call themselves your friends are more dangerous than your enemies. Judging by the elf's voice, it's obvious that she started the day with a jug of wine. Who are you? The elf grunts. Honorial Eight Eyes. Once upon a time I was famous throughout Absalom. Honorial Eight Eyes of the Reckless Six. Well, glory passes quickly. A few miserable decades later, and no one recognizes you on the street anymore. What a shame. What are you doing here? I sit here waiting for adventurers who are in need of help. We may be sitting here in the backwoods tavern, but in Absalom, I have a lot of friends who are eager to make a few coins. They have brave hearts, but shallow pockets. A little gold would be a welcome change for them. I can send them a message, and they will come from Absalom through a portal. If you're interested, just give me a sign, and we'll arrange everything right away. And they are loyal and experienced fighters. Jesus. I have friends like that. Just decide who exactly you need, and they will come on my signal. It'll cost you 2,000 gold pieces. Okay, let me think about that. Take as long as you like. I'm not going anywhere. Alright, well that's what I wanted to know, and it's really pricey. So that's not happening. It's 500 if you're still level 1. Damn, that's one hell of a markup. If I recall. I'm surprised you saw that. You remained silent through all of that. Congratulations, I respect that. There's someone on the road. Get ready. The jittery old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continuously clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks up at you, his eyes widen and he tugs at his beard. Mercs are scaled to your level is the reason. Yeah, but I mean that's one hell of a markup. Usually, like, it's proportionate to the base level, right? So if it's 500 for level 1, you would think it's 1,000 for level 2. Okay. Strange weather. Invisible fog creeping out of the woods. Soars beyond the skies. Obscures the sun and moon. Strange. The old man shakes his head, his eyes shifting about seemingly at random. I don't like this old man. Looks like the kind who can cast the evil eye. What are you doing here? The old man raises a thick eyebrow curiously. I do nothing. Breathe, walk, observe. The fog looks visible enough to me. I see more than ever. I have never seen so much before. The old man wipes his hand across his face and sighs wearily. But someone must look, and no one else can. Who are you? The old man freezes for a moment. Remus. That won't help with the fog. Alright, well, I probably should go. The old man stares at you intently. You haste it. You should. Your rival wastes no time. He races, but in another direction. He searches for power. you'll find it. My rival, do you mean Tartusio? The old man tugs his beard again. He's not tall, but he wants to climb high. Besides him are those who could stand against him, and might yet still. What power is he searching for? Someone else's, old, but forever young. That which was taken from another, that which gave joy, and now gives death. Okay, that sounds maybe like the Stag Lord, maybe? Yeah, if it's the Dryad, or the Nymph, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Can you tell me where he is now? He's in an old tomb south of the trading post. Thank you. The old man nods. How do you know we're rivals? I don't know. I see. I can choose where you can choose where you set your eyes, usually. But you can choose what they see. What? No. All the more reason not to linger. Farewell. The old man turns and walks away slowly, muttering softly. Once stolen, the land should be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound with the claimer shall it be. Bound, merged, joined by unbreakable ties. Claiming the land, claiming the pain, claiming its death. Write that one in your book. Let's see here. Nothing here. Let's see, we're setting off on our first big adventure. Jamande Aldori, the Rex Stovic Swords Lord, is testing the contenders, weighing who shall be the ruler of the Stolen Lands. There's only one way to prove that you're worthy of the title. Rid the area of the ravaging bandits and the leaders. Bloody cutthroats known only as the Stag Lord. Tremble, ye scoundrels, we are coming. Okay. The gnomes are, let's see, Tartusio, our leader's ignoble rival, is searching a nearby tomb for a certain ominous artifact. Let's go there and intervene. Alright, that's what's scribbled in. Okay. It's south of the trading post. Tartusio. A gnome in gaudy purple garb seizes your attention. Of course, the scoundrel Tartusio, who you know from your time in Restov. The vile gnome is standing on a small hill, expressing his discontent in every way he can muster.
Let me guess, you're still dawdling. Should I make some tea in the meantime? Bake a pie, perhaps? Plant a small garden and harvest some cherries? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable wearing fool's caps and colored trousers. Then at least I'd be able to sell tickets. Come one, come all! Feast your eyes upon the slowest and the most ridiculous buffoons in Golorian!
Tartusio scoffs at his underlings, unimpressed. You kind of like this voice actor?
Why,
or Tartusio?
The same end awaits us all.
Hold your tongue, gnome. I can hardly tell your twaddle from the buzzing of a fly.
Quickly now. If we don't find that artifact soon, someone else might seize it. Someone who's standing over there watching you right now, you fools!
In fact, most of the characters have good voices. I would say so, although I kind of find Lindsay's voice, the Purple Toad, yeah, they're good. Lindsay's a little bit squeakish. It kind of, it's not big, but it kind of like irks me a bit. Like someone's purposely kind of squinting. How should I say it? It's, you can tell someone. It doesn't sound like someone natural speaking voice. Someone trying to sound small. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, I know it's. I know she's half, but it just. It gives me that on a. I mean, Tartuccio's small too, right? He doesn't sound like he's tiny. Anyways, it's a small thing. It's not a big deal. Sometimes her voice is not that bad, to me. Let's see here. Let's take Harem. Harem, I would be happy to have you among my companions. Your fate does not oblige you to follow fools and liars like Tartuccio.
There is as much vanity in your words as in the words of all who have not seen the wisdom of Grotus. Yet you seem a worthier leader than the arrogant Tartuccio. Perhaps in serving you, I shall open your eyes to the teachings of my faith.
I see my magnificent rival will stop at nothing, even at stealing the
More
servants
shorties,
of
great
her
voice.
enemy.
We'll see.
Let us see if your fools are even more useless than mine. Draw your swords and cover my retreat.
Yeah, he doesn't have a bad voice too. Although dwarves are a bit more hardier. Okay. Well, he has his own. Should I cast my Shield of Faith now? It is a brutal, tough fight. Actually, I probably don't need it if I'm next to Valerie.
Let us strike as one.
Oh, she moves fast.
Bring it.
Tear them apart! Could be worse. And will be. Definitely will be.
I shall not falter.
Oh, they actually got a hit on me.
We shall overcome.
Oh no, I gave her the movement speed. For her barbarian perk. Her level 2 barbarian perk, I picked the faster move speed. But yeah, I did switch her armor too. Yeah, she's really fast. So I can have her charge mages and archers. Damn, that we broke. His body is so deformed. All right, so we're gonna move you here. Level up cleric. Oh, he's good at perception. We'll stick to that. How does he have such a high perception if it's not a class skill? Dwarf? Oh, okay.
Here.
Alright, let's get a heal in.
Yes.
They must have rolled a critical for that type of damage. That's probably what happened.
Yes.
Most non-humans get +2 perception as racial? Yeah. Look at that. I can't really see the... But that body is definitely deformed. We broke his spine, apparently. Alright. Scorched fragment of a necklace. This item bears a trace of lost power. It seems you found a shard of a destroyed artifact. If you could find all of the fragments, an artisan with enough skill could restore it for you. You acquire this item while exploring ancient tomb. The image carved in the stone has mostly completely worn away over the ages. One can still distinguish a sickle, a sword, and a skull with a single eye socket covered with a coin. Is there anything up here? You know, I like that they added exploding, like from Baldur's Gate. If you kill something with so much damage, their bodies just explode into chunks of meat. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, by the way. I don't know if they do that in... They probably do. The chunking, yes. I think that happens in Baldur's Gate 3, right? Got a sword. It looks like a magical sword. That stops you skinning animals if you do that. Fair enough, though. I mean, I like the attention to detail. But it's still satisfying to watch. It's worth a lot of money, so we're taking it. Scale mode. Is that going to be better for him? It's visually impressive if you do it on something very big. That'd be fun to watch, right? Yeah, Mirai, watch this. Alright, so we got a +1 longsword, which I think Valerie can make. Actually, I can use it now that I have fighter levels. Like coup de grace on giants. Well, that's something. You find a sleeping dragon giant. I should give her a bow if you ever want to do a firing squad opener, which is not a bad choice to do. See, where's her movement speed? I don't see it here. It's 40. Not 50, just 40. At the bottom next to saves. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know why you have two different weapons here. This does more damage. 4 to 11 versus 3 to 10. It's one hand. Why not just use that? I don't... It's weird. Oh wait, well that's a heavy mace versus a light mace. But it'll be masterwork. You'll have a more chance to hit. 3 to 8. I'd rather have better... You can't kill it if you can't hit it. And give him a crossbow for range attacks. Alright, I think we're ready.
What's that? That is quite a discovery.
He is a cleric of Grotus, whose preferred weapon is a flail, so he gets flail proficiency for free. But he just does better damage with the heavy mace.
Without a doubt. I was successful.
But yeah, I guess that's why it's just there. Oh, Jesus Christ, what did you do? It didn't hurt that bad, though. It's like a magic missile for each of us. Is anything worth picking up? Actually, what armor is he using? Banded mail, 7 AC. Half plate will work good for him, but none of these are worthwhile. Okay. How sweet the first breath of fresh air. After a stale, damp stuffiness of that tomb, before us stretched an unending hearth, deplete with hills and gullies and patches of low shrubs. Already the trail Tartusio and his companions had gone cold. But we would not give up so easily. Whether the trail went cold or not was one we had to follow. No blade or grass was bent. It must have had enough time to straighten up since we last passed through. But the hearth's dry earth preserved the prints of the little shoes. Our eyes to the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and walked, until finally we came to a huge gully, the dried up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down, and the soil turned up, and claw prints, lots of them. They stumbled upon the fresh battlefield, and here the trail split. One step of footprints walked away from the battle, and down into the gully. The brave footprints that faced down their enemies followed the path along the edge. We try to imagine who or what left those claw marks. And the claw marks were not deep. The attackers were small and lean, and more, these creatures walked on 2 legs. Finally, the form of the prince left no doubt in our minds. We stumbled upon Kobold lands. Detect magic. We try to find any traces of magic in the surroundings. We discovered traces of a spell, apparently from Illusion School of Magic, near from when the lonely trail descended into the gully. Carefully study the trail that led down into the gully. To our surprise, we discovered that the little shoe prints turned into little claw footprints on their way to the gully. It was as if someone from Tartuccio's band was wearing shoes and then either took them off or grew claws, then jumped into the gully to avoid the battle. So I wonder if illusion spells also mask their tracks. So if he changed his appearance or changed form with illusion spell to look like a kobold, I guess it would leave illusionary tracks as well. Maybe. If it's lingering magic, right? We examined the path that snaked along the gully. The path was frequently used. In its dust, we saw both sets of footprints together. It was clear that those who had no claws left the battlefield surrounded by those that did. Go down into the gully. We stood a while in thought, then followed the single set of footprints down into the gully. The way down was steep, and it took some time to reach the bottom. Walking on the loose soil was difficult, but the claws' footsteps was easy to spot. The bottom of the gully went downhill, deeper and deeper. Finally, the footprints turned, whirling up the steep slope, and disappeared into the gully's edge. We couldn't but admire the animal's agility and clever claws of the creature we were following. The slope before us was as tall as two tall men, and ended at a hanging crest. Climbing such a slope would be no easier than climbing a sheer wall. However, a long, steady-looking root stuck out of the ground from the top. There was one brave hero among us who decided to try her luck and climb the root. Obviously, the one with the best positive here. Alright, we did it! Ooh, mobility. After tugging on the root, Emery took a deep breath, grabbed it with both hands, and began the difficult ascent. Pushing with her feet against the slope and grabbing root with both her hands, she climbed higher and higher. Only her heavy breathing and faint cracking of the root broke the deadly silence. Suddenly, dust poured down from the top of the slope, and the root began to slide from the ground. Keeping her wits, Emiri shifted her weight to her legs and froze. After a tense moment, she continued her journey, and soon had reached the top of the slope. After catching her breath, she lay on the ground and offered her hand to help the next of us up. After climbing out of the gully, one by one, we easily found the claw footprints again, and moved forward. The air grew tense. We sensed that we were approaching our target, and our intuition proved correct. We caught Tartuccio, or did we? Ooh, we got a lot of XP out of that.
An ambush, eh?
Listen to me. A dragon, huge
Tartuccio.
sparkling, flew down to me from the sky and told me a secret. A great relic that will win the kobold's glory is hidden somewhere nearby. Enough of this pitiful existence. Search for
Sparkle
it.
dragon.
Search and bring it to me.
Their leader speaks in a suspiciously familiar voice of the gnome Tartuccio. Dragon! Glory! Dragon! The voices of the kobolds rise in excitement. We know the mites under the old sycamore. They possess the magic treasure. Very ancient. Ancient. I think that's what they're... Alright, as a good character, I probably would say stop deceiving these poor reptiles, Tertuccio.
Who is there? How? Here, you fools! I mean tribesmen. Don't listen to her lies. I shall bring you to glory. Just help me find the relic and stop this trickster.
The kobold imposter nearly jumps in the air. Oh, do they fight or what?
Who will
Okay, we're fighting. Alright, casting Bless. Casting Protect. Oh, she doesn't have much rage left. Wait. Yeah. Oh, we got some archers. They got a hit on it? Where's the archers? They took off? Damn it. This counts as flanking, right? Splat. I was going to go around and try to get the archers, but it looks like they took off with Tertuccio. Alright, it's a sycamore, huh? Can't attack that. Anything else? Oh, I definitely could use a rest. I guess we can do that on the world map, though. Purple Toad is a sorcerer. They can grow claws. Oh, that's true. I thought it was an... Well, it said there was illusion magic in the air. So I assume that they use a change self spell. Maybe use the claws as a supplement to improve their illusion. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Damn, just doesn't want me to... Alright, so obviously she's the cook. She's the hunter. He's the watch. She's the other watch. And she'll just do armor maintenance. But can you put additional people here?
Your religion is insane. How could you pray to someone who wants to kill us all?
Grotus does not want anything. This pathetic world will come to an end one way or another. My god just patiently waits for that day. His path is patience and humility in the face of the inevitable.
Wishbone suddenly awoke inside the house. Dogs were howling fiercely not far away. It seemed like burning. The wooden walls were steaming hot, and smoke was withering beneath the low ceiling. She looked out the window. Then as she approached the window, the glass broke and an arrow hit her in the chest. Following her glimpse, a dozen dark figures standing outside, her eyes dimmed. Wishbone's skin felt cold. She heard the murmurs of a water and the soft lapping of waves. After opening her eyes, she saw a rocky river bottom of a bloated body tangled in green water weeds. The drowned man's empty gaze was fixed upon Wishbone. The drowned man's mouth opened slowly, and a hoarse whisper said, "Shrike River, Wishbone." At this moment, Wishbone finally awoke. Drenched in sweat, she told us that she'd seen it in her dreams. Shrike River. What? Nettles Crossing? The soggy remnants of a once well-built bridge crossing the Shrike River. The fate of the crossing and its creator, an engineer named Divik Nettle, is one of the dark secrets of the Stolen Land. One day, the bridge was found destroyed and Divik was gone missing under this mysterious circumstance. Man, now I have another thing to pursue. What's that? Execution site, a burial site of numerous items dating back at the age of enthronement. That's a resource. Oh, we gotta fight.
What for Gorum?
Oh shit. A dire wolf.
Attack!
Bring it!
Take that!
Damn, we didn't need all that after all. Nice pelts. Is that that fog?
A rest would be welcome.
Alright, let's go ahead and rest. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
I wish I was born in a noble family. Servants to lick my boots and bring me breakfast in bed. Not like in my tribe. They wake you up with a kick and hustle you to cook for them. The stinking goats.
I bet your time among nobility would be even shorter than mine. You'd jump up the moment you were trying on your third dress, or drinking tea with your auntie. You'd trash the place and run into the forest.
No, the spoiled food. Wishbone suddenly awoke inside the house. Dogs were howling fiercely not far away. It smelled like burning. The wood and walls were steaming hot. Why am I getting this again? Try to open the door. Wishbone pushed the door with her shoulder, but it wouldn't budge. The flames were starting to curl up the walls. Wishbone grew short of breath. She sat down heavily on the floor. Wishbone's skin felt cold. She heard the murmur of the water and the soft lapping of waves. After opening her eyes, she saw a rocky river bottom of the floating body, tangled in green water weeds. The drowning man's empty gaze was fixed upon Wishbone. I wonder what? I guess it's really important that I do this, huh? Wait. I'm encumbered. Fatigue? Holy shit, what? Okay, I guess we go to this thing because it's demanding my attention, I guess. Is there anything else I should know about? Can I try resting to get this rid of? Because this really sucks. Maybe it's food poisoning.
Ah, bite me, you greedy bastards. I don't care. I never wanted your crappy helmet.
There's no point in being bitter, Amiri. The Baroness will decide who will wear the Stag Lord's helm. She is our leader. It's up to her.
Okay, at least got rid of it. I was like, there's no way I can fight like that. Let's go ahead.
Their sight betrays them.
I'll give you a tip. Just because something is accessible in Act 1 doesn't mean it scales to your bottom feeder lower level. Alright. Well, I'm just gonna be stealthy. Can I get in here? I did give her stealth this time, right? Stealth 9? Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, what the hell? The corpse face is bloated from being so long in the water. The stench from its toothless mouth is so foul that your eyes begin to water. The hand, clenching a sinister-looking spear, is covered with scabs. Which is a good reason not to try Iron Man when learning the game. Well, this is Death Wish Gaming. We have to Have a death wish of some sort challenge. Suddenly you feel faint, as if a cold, wet hand is placed heavy on top of your head. Wet hair sticks to skin, and trickling of icy cold water runs down your face and shirt. A hoarse whisper rises inside your head. There you are. So it was you who sent me those nightmares. Gurgling, deep-chested laughter pierces your skull, clouding your vision and flooding your ears. All else becomes muffled, as if you were trapped underwater. You shake your head to cast off the apparition. Who are you? Davik Netto. A storm of bright images flashes behind your eyes. A long time ago, this person, then a living man, came here from Brevoy, constructed a rope bridge, built a house, and lived in it, collecting payment from those who crossed the river. How did you die? You see a vision of a lovely spring day. Sunbeams shine warm against your cheeks. 3 men approach the house by the bridge, one of them wearing an antler helm. The Stag Lord, angry faces a quarrel, the glint of an unsheathed sword. Suddenly, the Stag Lord's greedy eyes are twisted by surprise. The master of the house was unleashed his hounds. The burning smell stirs. You awake to the sound of loud barking. Flames are curling up in the walls. The sound of breaking glass. The bitter, cold night air. You are outside of the house, and something is wrong. The arrow sticks deep into your shoulder. You hear the guffaw of 10 throats. You run, already in the middle of the bridge. The man in the antler helm cuts on one of the ropes. An ear-splitting scream fills the air. What do you want from me? You see a vision of a man wearing an antler helm. You hear a muffled groan, and the helm drops to the ground with a loud thud. Your heads are covered with hot blood. Too much blood. Death to the Stag Lord. Don't you hate it when someone asks you to do something you were going to do anyways? It makes me want to do nothing, just to spite them. Very well, I shall mete your vengeance upon the Stag Lord. The drowned man, who had been sitting motionless, nods his head. Come later. Take the spear. As she runs back. Alright, well that was something. 5 coins to cross the river. Oh, no river here. I mean, no bridge here. There's clearly a river. Right, no more fatigue, hopefully. River Rhine Rise, a prominent landmark. River Rhine Rise can be seen from afar. A river bank swelled here, forming a quaint, picturesque hill.
Greetings.
Hey, it's this guy. Keston Garas, the former of Jamandi Adori's personal guard, nods to you, as though you've seen each other in Rostov only yesterday. He glimps noticeably, and his clothes are stained with blood. Looks very bit as grim and focused as when you first met. But this time, you also sense a hint of excitement in his eyes.
I have urgent news from Rostov. The investigation that I've conducted at Lady Jamande's orders have proved your innocence. Tartuccio was and still is the Pataxian spy. That dreadful night, it was him who had opened the gate and let the assassins in. It appears that he had planned to gain the barony and Eldori's support, only to later place these lands under the command of his true patron. King Iravetti is no stranger to intrigue, and likes to use others to do his dirty work. Anyway, Lady Jamande sends her apologies.
Okay.
We almost had Tartuccio cornered when this damned mist fell. First we entirely lost our way, and then stumbled right into a bandit ambush. My people can barely stand, so I would be grateful if you would help us capture this Tartuccio. He must be somewhere nearby. Bring that scum to Oleg's trading post, dead or alive. The Sword Lords will remember this favor.
How did you manage to... how did Tartuccio manage to fool you?
That sly bastard has caused us no little trouble, that's for sure. When he showed up in Restov and announced he was going to join the expedition, nobody suspected a thing. Yes, a gnome, yes, a sorcerer, but so what? Even after that terrible night, some of my people were willing to bet money on you being the spy. His overconfidence was his downfall. Tartuccio's henchmen, it seems, imagined they could safely meet with Pataxian spies in the town's seedy underbelly. But Restov is the ancestral home of the Eldori, and Lady Jamande is respected not only by the aristocracy and the common folk, but also by those on the other side of the law. We received a message from the slums. A good friend, who wished to remain anonymous, suggested the Sword Lords take a closer look at a certain guest from Patax. Jamande immediately sent for me and ordered me to capture the spy, all very quietly, of course. He told us everything, and not only about Tartuccio. I doubt that Iravetti was pleased to hear of his agent's failure.
Nasty grin crosses Kristen's face. What can Pataxian spies hope to find in the Stolen Lands?
Pataxian spies are much like magpies. They'll grab anything that catches their eye. Information, treasure, artifacts. This time King Iravetti had a chance to seize the entire Stolen Lands region, and at the Eldori's expense. I'll give you some advice for the future. Be wary of the Pataxian king. He's truly a snake of a man.
Garrus is the name of the noble house in Bravoi, is it not? You're a noble, then?
Used to be. It's only a name now, nothing more. The House Garrus are a noble family in Bravoi.
Bravoi,
They own several
okay.
mines in the Galushkin Mountains.
Galushkin?
My father Evan is cousin to Lord Howland Garrus.
That sounds fun to say.
But he's my father no longer.
No longer? Disowned you?
In any case, I brought shame upon my name and was punished accordingly. The family disowned me. I fled to Restov and took up the life of a simple mercenary, until I received an assignment here in the Stolen Lands.
Can you tell me why you were exiled? You asked me a favor. I'd say you owe me an explanation.
Fair enough. For Garrus, the prosperity of the house and the honor of the name stands above all else, and I was betrothed to a widow from another noble house. This union was of great importance to the family. However, 3 months before the wedding, I met a commoner girl, gentle and pure, and we fell in love. I would have rather died than leave my Tanya, so I decided to break off the engagement with my noble bride. I could never have expected what would follow. My father was furious. I'd set a pointless love affair above the interests of the house. He expelled me from the family and ordered to leave our lands under threat of death. And Tanya, her mother was seriously ill, and she stayed behind to care for her rather than follow me into exile. Thus, I was on my own, disgraced, without a name, and without love.
That's sad. Shadow of a smile crosses Kristen's face, only to leave it even more grim than before.
Don't imagine that I ask for pity. Everyone gets what they deserve.
Kristen's remark is in a somber tone. Was the girl at least worth it? I'd say you deserve a better fate, Kristen. True love should not be punished.
What's done is done.
Kristen lowers his head. I would know more of the House Garrus at your homeland.
Well then, ask away.
Tell me of your lands you grew up in.
House Garrus owns a number of valleys and gorges in the Galushkin Mountains. The landscape makes these places easily defensible, and they're rich in ores and everything else the depths of the earth have to offer. It is a place of rare beauty. When I moved to Restov, I couldn't get used to it for a long time. There was nothing but sky between the roofs. No mountain peaks anywhere in sight.
Tell me of House Garrus.
It is an old and renowned family, one of the most influential in Bravoi. A long time ago, the Garrus house entered a pact with the dwarven clan of Golka. This proved to be of great benefit to both parties, and they've supplied the ore for our forges ever since. Lord Howland even took the son of the dwarven leader as his ward. Who would have known where this would lead? The same winter that Brevoy lost the Rogarvia dynasty, Howland's only natural son, Bren, went missing in the mountains. Thus, Toval Golka, the Lord's dwarven ward, became heir to House Gares. The lad has it tough, though. Too many believed Howland should have chosen someone of his own blood to be the heir. I would imagine my own father had similar plans for me, but we all know how that went.
Let's finish the conversation some other time.
As you wish.
I'll see you later. Farewell. Deliver Tertuccio to Keston, dead or alive. Well, if this is an option... As it turns out... Let's see. Tertuccio now is in the guise of a kobold has disappeared. All we know is that he's searching for a certain artifact or relic in the vicinity of the old sycamore. That means our roads lead there too. As it turns out, our rival isn't quite so simple, and by that I mean he's even more insidious than expected. Kiston Gares, Jamandi's Aldori envoy, informs us that Tertuccio is in fact a spy from the kingdom of Patax. We need to find him immediately and deliver him to Keston, dead or alive.
Forwards.
Always forward. Cowardly traitors, sons of a pike, return the relic. Coward, turn Illic. Silly, silly kobold. Go look your relic, your dungeon. Look under bed, under table. Silly kobold, have no bed and no table? Search your eggs, you lost relic, and blame mites, accuse queen. The lies, chief sauce scale, not silly. The kobold leader shakes his weapon at the insult. Lies, chief, scale. The kobold cry diligently copies the words of the gesture of the chief. Swinging his weapon, it seems both groups are but a breath away from battle. Such hubris in such small and simple creatures. But are our own monarchs any better? So warlike. It's like a miniature version of Taldan Imperial Chronicles. So, what's going on here? The little mite jumps in place. Stranger, stranger! You see, yes? Silly kobold, attack might, insult us, our magnificent queen. Lies, might, theft, steal relic from kobold, revenge, help us, stranger. I see here. Kobolds, tell me more about what happened. Mites, I want to ask you a few questions. You should make peace and search for the relic together. I would hear my companion's advice. I side with the kobolds of the chief suit scale. I side with the mites of Queen Dah. This quill is your own. I have no wish to be part of it. However, if you allow me to visit your domains, I shall strive to learn the truth. Well, if my character's good, I guess we'll say you should make peace and search for the relic together. That seems like such an unlikely suggestion, though. Never! The chief hisses in an animal rage. Death to traitors! The Might Queen swings her blade. We no retreat. Choose to support. Stranger of the enemy us all. Or enemy of us all. No, fight all of them, huh? You are all disgusting. I don't want to help either of you. Alright, so this is the quarrel is your own. I have no wish to be part of it. However, if you allow me to visit your domains, I shall strive to learn the truth. The Might Queen scratches her nose with the tip of her sword. We accept. Stranger go peace our land. But we know true already. Kobolds must pay for his stupid. Stranger, go, find it out, might theft. We hit might. Hit. I call Shaman Tartuk from underground and hit them bad. Oh, sweet Jesus.
I will guide.
There's more mites than kobolds. Oh. Oh no, how terrible. That's drops in the bucket in the long run. How far are we from level anyways? Where's our XP? Oh, up here. Okay. We'll let them do their thing. I'm playing a good character, so I'm going to try to...
See that?
See what? Where? Oh, Athletics DC 25? I don't know. Oh, we still get XP if they die? Alright. Oh, if they're hostile. Oh no, I still got XP. Oh no, that's from finding stuff. It's not going well for the mites though. Oh my god. Deals 0 damage reduced to might. Mites are Fey, so they have a bit of DR. Well, it doesn't seem like it's working for them. We don't really have a good enough athletics to do this. I don't know. We'll come back to that later. Oh god, they're still fighting.
Repent.
But there was never peace with the animals. Damn, music's going hard here. What's this? Nature lore.
Forget it.
Died unknown causes. Can I pick someone to do that, or is it just... Ancient Roselandic coin. Ooh, a dueling sword. A magical one. They died fighting each other, maybe? No.
Anything else? And then our leader charged forward.
Oh, hell.
Hey, wait for me.
That's a lot.
Tear them apart!
Alright, well, we survived that. What were those? Dialentine? Ah, we didn't skin much. There we go. They often win?
To victory!
Oh shit. Giant centipede. Oh damn, where are they coming from?
What's that?
I
Who's
failed.
drinking so much?
I'm sorry.
Don't fail, do.
Applause, please. I see something.
Damn.
I failed. I'm sorry.
Oh, sweet Jesus. So we just move out of that.
Let us press on.
Oh, we'll wait for that to expire, I suppose. Scroll of color spray. Peace was never an option.
As one.
You're but a footnote in the story.
We will prevail.
Wait.
Stay behind me. Lay down.
Your life ebbs low.
Take that.
Wolves much more dangerous than Dialences. Well, they're not doing a good job of it. I mean, our AC is ridiculous, let's be honest. Found another coin.
Without a doubt.
You have decent AC, wolves can trip a lot. That's true, if you have the trip. Oh, Jesus, what is that? Oh, damn, they took him out quickly. Okay, that is concerning. Shit.
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
Fuck. Fuck.
I require healing.
This thing is hitting way too much. What is his attack value? It's only a +6? How's it hitting me so regularly, though? That's the second attack? It is a plus 11. Yeah, that would definitely make it harder. Alright, it's time to get Lindsay out of here.
I can't keep this up much longer.
Alright, if Amari can get a good hit in. Get a hit! Get a hit! Okay.
Survive. I always survive.
Oh, she went at she went down.
I'll survive. I always survive. I'll
Oh, it's still attacking.
survive. I always survive.
Forgive me. This is
Shit, it's not dead. Holy hell. If they can't see anyone, they finish out the peoples. Yeah, I just noticed that.
So they walked on.
Holy hell. Okay, so those aren't something you want to fight. Maybe peace can be an option next time. I don't know.
Adventures call to them.
Esmo, Axe, yes.
Huh?
Esmo, Axe, yes.
There we go.
I will see this through.
Well, that was something else. I'm glad I had the potions. It helped a lot that Amari killed off that creature. I don't. It would have been done if we couldn't kill it. Still have these scrolls. I mean, the scroll can stay, I guess. But get some potions here. So yeah, that plus 11 is what rogues in the tutorial area has. So damn. So if we came here on unfair, what is it, like a plus 16 or something? Man. We definitely need the rest now.
You fight good, but you're boring. A block, a lunge, all with a shield in your hand. Where's the fun in that? Just imagine, hit one in the ear, the other in the jaw, and punch the third one so hard he sees above the clouds.
If it weren't for my shield, the whole party would spend all we have on healing potions. You like cracking skulls, and I'm perfectly content with that. But you'd better let me watch your back. It'll be a lot safer for you.
Challenging is +2 to hit rolls, and AC. Hard is +4 to hit rolls. AC plus another +4 all stats, which is another +2 hit damage, AC saves, and 2 hit points per hit dice. Hard or unfair? I'm hoping you don't get attacked. Okay, good. Unfair is that with double damage, if I recall. Yeah, it's brutal, man. So +2 plus another 2, so it's another +4. So yeah, it's 15. It's a +15 if we come here.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Damn it.
Let us strike as one. They go down.
Jesus. I should get him shield wall as well, so that we can have like a formidable shield wall going on.
I was successful in my search. Forwards.
Jesus, just keeps getting more and more.
Our time has come.
I'm listening.
They're not attacking. Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Here I am. See?
A Graruk. What the hell?
I stand ready.
I've been told if someone annoys you,
The beast
you either-
before you is unusually large, and its eyes especially angry. Its menacing grin might also be taken for a smirk. Greetings, traveler. Before you draw your weapon, I wish to say I see no reason for feuding between us. We might even be on some use for each other. Wait, why is this wolf talking? Is it magical or something? I am no wolf female. I am a warg. Surprising you could live to your age without learning the difference. Well, it's never too late to teach a lesson to an insolent two-legged morsel. The beast slowly licks his teeth. Who are you calling morsel, you pelt? Amari glares at the beast, her hand on her sword. What do you know about the war between the kobolds and the mites? Only that my pack enjoys it. The warg snorts and licks his lips. Of course, I only eat fresh meat. You say you could be useful to each other. Bring me someone delicious. 3 or 4 bodies will be enough. And I, as a sign of gratitude, will tell you where an old traveler buried his chest. An old traveler, you say? I mean, there's dead bodies everywhere, so I suppose I can find it. A very old, lean, flavorless traveler, the warg grins, almost smiling. Fine. Deal, I'll await your return. Who are you? You may call me Grark. I'll live here far longer than the rulers of those foolish tribes. I've seen much and eaten many. I have to go. Oh, I wish I didn't kill these then. Let's see here. Send someone to work for lunch? Oh, that's not what I thought. I thought I just had to collect the body.
Let us press on. I will guide us.
Okay, that looks like it's finished.
My search was not in vain.
Probably another entanglement trap.
I'm sorry.
Alright, we'll come back later. Let's see, where else have we not looked? So I guess when he says fresh, he wants like still living. Masterwork crossbow. That's worth something. Lots of bodies. I guess I should check all these for masterwork. How's the XP going? Alright. Oh, here we go.
Speed.
Oh, what's this?
We will prevail.
The way they move.
Any last wishes?
Do not hold back.
Oh god, she's still... Wish there was an easy way to switch between gear.
What a waste.
Silver buckles, okay.
You see that?
Oh.
Applause, please.
What's that?
Wait, what? These guys are just chilling. An oversized mite approaches you. He raises his bald blue head with dignity, and his neck is decorated with tag locks and a wolf's fang pendant. To his right walks a kobold, also swelling with conceit. Welcome, peace zone. No, here no war, no one attack. Only maybe fat wolf lord. He wants chew us. We more slay. Who kill him? Big reward. Ward. What did you say about the wolves? Here, long tree, live pack wolves. Big, angry, tall, tell might and kobolds bad things. We maybe kill him easy, but war takes hunters away. The warg is dead. Go see for yourself. Oh, I guess that could be the way to get them killed. Fine. Wargs are classically evil, so I guess I'll kill the warg. Fine, I'll kill the wolf leader. The leader of the hunters nod at you solemnly. Who are you? Peaceful might and kobold hunt together. Was easy. Many might, many kobolds hunt together. Not now. Now not. Not like this. Why are you not fighting each other? War, bad. Puddles blood, scream loud, might and kobolds dead, cold. Why fight? Dangerous hairy wolf around. The mite shakes his head helplessly. Wise words. I think many people, not just mites and kobolds, could learn something from these creatures. Bah, cowards. After a short pause, the mites pass their neighbors on the back. But we no fool. Go and befriend. No want war. But Miss Queen, da, big beauty. Miss Beauty? The kobold scratches his head, baffled. I suppose I'll go.
Without
To
a doubt.
victory! Do not falter! Bring it!
Great. Greater, huh? Ooh, splat. Really dramatic music for frogs. It's very, very difficult to produce crits. I mean, you have to use like displacement or blur just to... Ooh, mobility 21.
Won't work!
Okay, that did not go well.
Let us press on.
To the dust
Oh, hell.
you will go.
A crumbled letter, alright. Oh, another scorched fragment of a necklace. Ristovik Ranger's broken arrow. Darn.
Onwards!
Become as dust.
Can I skin him? No. Can't make new boots then.
Together we stand.
That was weak. Alright, that's decent enough. Oh, masterwork? Masterwork?
Godspeed.
Stay behind me!
It's like making sure there's not a Macedon or something. I mean, food is food. XP is XP.
That is quite a discovery.
Would you look at that? Anything else? Applause, please.
I will guide us.
Oh, another group of dead.
Down
Oh, what the?
better ones.
Oh, they're faking their deaths. Alright, stand guard. Oh wait, what's... Sweet Jesus.
Definitely will be.
Necromancer.
Let us strike as one.
Tear them apart!
Did you cast Bless yet? No, don't. Oh, cast Fear on her. Ah, fuck.
I always survive.
Your life ebbs low.
I forgive
Fuck.
for this failure.
Lost. At last.
This isn't going well.
Do not falter.
What? God damn it.
Protect me. What a miserable last chapter.
God damn it. They always succeed on this frightened bullshit. Well, everybody failed. God damn it.
Onwards. I require healing.
Shit! Who keeps hitting me so easily? This might be my best chance, actually. Can they still see me? That's kind of bullshit.
I can't keep this up much longer. Avenge me.
That was bullshit. So I guess maybe next time we'll use a scout to scout ahead instead of that bullshit. But anyways, we'll call it here for now. We've been playing for close to 8 hours. Oh my god. Y'all have a great one. Until next time, stay safe and farewell. Tomorrow is... Was it RimWorld? I think we play RimWorld tomorrow. So... Oh, you walked into their trap, which woke them up. Failed perception checks hurt. Yeah... I mean, that really sucked. And it did so much damage that we start off the fight with almost no health for half the group. And immediately get feared over and over again. They're relatively strong because they start asleep? I suppose. Well, anyways, yeah, we'll continue on... You know, next Tuesday, Tuesdays are Pathfinder day, so we'll continue them. Anyways, you have a great week. Until next time, farewell. And if you're on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe. Join as a member. Help the channel have no ads on it. So anyways, good night, guys. Take it easy. Farewell.